298 Anugita. Them only. Therefore I will cast sharp arrows at the tongue. The tongue said, these arrows, O Alaka, will not penetrate through me at all. They will only pierce your own vital part, and your vital part being pierced, you will die. Look out for other arrows by which you may destroy me. Hearing that, he then spoke these words after consideration. Alaka said, touching various objects of touch, the skin hankers after them only. Therefore I will tear off the skin by various feathered arrows. The skin said, these arrows, O Alaka, will not penetrate through me at all. They will only pierce your own vital part, and your vital part being pierced, you will die. Look out for other arrows by which you may destroy me. Hearing that, he then said after consideration. Alaka said, hearing various sounds, the ear hankers after them only. Therefore I will cast sharp arrows at the ear. The ear said, these arrows, O Alaka, will not penetrate through me at all. They will only pierce your own vital part, and then you will lose your life. Look out for other arrows by which you may destroy me. Hearing that, he then said after consideration tilde. Chapter 15, 28. 299. Alaka said, seeing numerous colors, the eye hankers after them only. Therefore I will destroy the eye with sharp arrows. The eye said, these arrows, O Alaka, will not penetrate through me at all. They will only pierce your own vital part, and your vital part being pierced, you will die. Look out for other arrows by which you may destroy me. Hearing that, he then said after consideration. Alaka said, this understanding forms various determinations by its operation. Therefore I will cast sharp arrows at the understanding. The understanding said, these arrows, O Alaka, will not penetrate through me at all. They will only pierce your own vital part, and your vital part being pierced, you will die. Look out for other arrows by which you may destroy me. The Brahmesa said. Then Alaka even there employed himself in a fearful penance, difficult to perform, but he did not obtain any arrows for these 7 by his devotions. Then that king deliberated with a mind very intent on one subject, and after deliberating for a long time, O best of the twice-born Alaka, the best of talented men, could not arrive at anything better. CM our copies, it should he the pies seeing that they are relating Alaka's story to Parasurfima. Asterisk meditation, or pondung, according to Nilukor /a. 300 Anusate, Enina een. Then concentration of mind. Then, directing his mind to one point, he became steady, and applied himself to concentration of mind. And, then, the brave man forthwith destroyed the senses with one arrow. And entering the self by means of concentration of mind, he reached the highest perfection, and the royal sage, amazed, then uttered this verse, O! Alas! That we should have engaged in all external matters, that being possessed of a desire for enjoyments, we should have devoted ourselves before. Now to sovereignty. I have now subsequently learnt that there is no higher happiness than concentration of mind. Do you understand this too, O Rama? And do not kill Kshatriyas. Perform a fearful penance, thence you will obtain the highest good. Thus spoken to by his grandfathers, the noble son of Gamadagni engaged himself in fearful penance, and attained that perfection which is difficult to reach. Quarter 16. The Brahmesa said, there are, verily, 3 foes in this world, and they are stated to be divided ninefold, according to qualities, exaltation, pleasure, joy. These 3. The Ruga Yoga, says Nalakorwaka, which consists in mere control of the mind. Cf. Sthaya SD1a, p. 39. 2c. Yoga Svitra, p. 45. This means difficult, and occasioning many trials to one who performs it. Nalakan /za says exaltation is when one is sure of obtaining what is desired, pleasure when it one is obtained, and joy when the thing obtained is enjoyed. Arjuna Misra takes a different distinction, but our copy of his commentary is not quite intelligible in Chapter 16, 5. 301. Are qualities appertaining to the quality of goodness. Grief, wrath, persistent hatred, these are stated to be qualities appertaining to the quality of passion. Sleep, sloth, and delusion, these 3 qualities are qualities appertaining to the quality of darkness. Cutting these off by multitudes of arrows, a courageous man, free from sloth, having a tranquil self, and senses controlled, is energetic about subjugating others. On this, people who know about ancient times celebrate verses which were sung of old by the king Ambarisha, who had become tranquil in mind when vice's register trademark symbol were in the ascendant, and good men were oppressed. Ambarisha, of great glory, forcibly possessed him. The beginning pleasure he takes to mean pride felt in supposing oneself to possess some merit and joy that produced when pending danger is averted. As to the next triad, the text is again unsatisfactory. The text printed in the edition which contains Nalak has sent Ka's commentary, 1's desire, anger and c. There is nothing about them in the commentary. Arjuna Misra's text is the one we have adopted. He says, grief, pain caused by loss of what is desired, anger, the pain caused by the counteraction of one's attempts to injure another, persistent hatred, the pain caused by believing another to be doing harm to oneself. Persistent hatred is Nalaka /Ha's interpretation. I think his interpretation is preferable. The 2 triads seem to be based on one principle of gradation. The distinctive marks of the 3 qualities are pleasure, pain, and delusion respectively, and those characterize the triads stated in the text. See Santi Pavan, Moksha, Chap. 194. St 27 Seek 1 Tranquility and so forth. Nalakor /Ka, practicing yoga or concentration of mind, Arjuna Misra. *te. External, says Arjuna Misra, external foes of one's own emancipation is I presume, what is meant. Arjuna Misra says, his own and those of others /ha. Takes good to mean not men, but tranquility, and c. The next tense seems rather to militate against this view, which in itself is not a well-founded one. 302 Anugita. Self of the kingdom. He, then, restraining his own vices, and honoring good men, attained high perfection, and sang these verses, I have conquered most vices, destroyed all foes, but there is one, the greatest, vice which should be destroyed and which I have not destroyed, that vice, being impelled by which, a creature does not attain freedom from desire, and being troubled by desire, understands nothing, while running into ditches, that vice, being impelled by which, a man even does what ought not to be done. That avarice, cut it off with sharp swords. For from avarice register trademark symbol is born desire, then anxiety comes into existence, and he who desires, mostly acquires qualities appertaining to the quality of passion. Obtaining those, he mostly acquires qualities pertaining to the quality of darkness *. When the bodily frame is destroyed, he, owing to these qualities, is born again, and engages in action. And at the expiration of life, again with his body dismembered and scattered about, he meets death, and again birth. Therefore, properly perceiving this, and restraining avarice by courage, one should wish for sovereignty in the self. This is sovereignty. There is no other sovereignty here. The self properly understood is itself the sovereign. Such were for the good of the people, says Arjuna Misra. I.e. base actions, /ha. Avarice, according to Arjuna Misra, is the belief that one has not got that which one has, and desire is the wish for more and more. Avarice seems, however, to be the general frame of mind, always wishing for something, never being contented, and desire is the wish for a specific object, which are sources of delusion. Compare a similar doctrine at Apha. Stamba 2, 5140. Register trademark symbol /ha. Compares Taittiriya, p. 26. Chapter 8. 303. The verses sung with regard to the great sovereignty by the glorious Ambatsha, who destroyed the one chief vice, avarice. Quopra 17. The Brahmesa said. On this, too, they relate this ancient story, in the shape of a dialogue, O you of a pure heart, between a Brahmavasa and Ganeka. King Ganeka, by way of punishment, said to a Brahmava who had fallen into some offense, you should not live within my dominions. Thus spoken to, the Brahmava then replied to that best of kings, tell me, O king, how far extend the dominions which are subject to you? I wish, O Lord, to live in the dominions of another king, and, O master of the earth, I wish to do your bidding according to the Stras. Thus spoken to by that glorious Brahmesa, the king then heaved frequent and warm sighs, and said nothing in reply. while that king of unbounded power was seated, engaged in meditation, a delusion suddenly came upon him, as the planet upon the sun. Then when the delusion had gone off, the king recovered himself, and after a short while spoke these words to the Brahmana. Ganeka said, "Though this country, which is the kingdom of my father and grandfather, is subject to me, I cannot. One on getting rid of the notion that this, that, and the other thing is one's own." Arjuna Misra Nilakansha agrees, and adds, also on the subject of cutting off avarice. 2. That is to say, Rayu 304 Anusate. Find my domain, searching through the whole earth. When I did not find it on the earth, I looked for Mithila. When I did not find it in Mithila, I looked for my own offspring. When I did not find it among them, then came the delusion on me. Then on the expiration of the delusion, intelligence again came to me. Now I think that there is no domain of mine, or that everything is my domain. Even this self is not mine, or the whole earth is mine. And as mine, so is it that of others too, I believe, O best of the twice-born. Life, here, therefore, while you desire, and enjoy while you live. The Brahmesa said, tell me, what belief you have resorted to, by which, though this country, which is the kingdom of your father and grandfather, is subject to you, you have got rid of the notion that this or that is mine. What conviction have you adopted, by which verily you consider your whole domain as not your domain, or all as your domain? Ganeka said, I understand all conditions here, in all affairs, to be terminable, hence I could not find anything that should be called mine. Considering, whose this one meaning, apparently, that over which he and no one else has power. He contracts his vision gradually, and finds nothing at all which he can call his own to the exclusion of others. He explains, further on, how he arrives at the alternative conviction stated towards the close of this speech. In the Padarasika, p. 916, he is said to have offered his kingdom to Vajifavalkya and himself as his slave. After learning the Brahma Vidya. See 2 Mure, Sanskrit Texts, Vol 4. pp 426 Seek, 2 cs Antipavan, Moksha, I, 13. 8 Conditions of indigence or affluence, Nilakama. Arjuna Misra's reading is different. There is a familiar verse, ascribed to Ganeka, which says, if Chapter 17, 21. 305 was, I thought of, the Vedic text about anybody's property, hence, I could not find by my intelligence anything that should be called mine. Resorting to this conviction, I have got rid of the notion that this or that is mine. Now hear the conviction, holding which, my domain, appears to me to be everywhere. I do not desire for myself even smells existing in the nose. Therefore the earth being conquered is always subject to me. I do not desire for myself tastes even dwelling in the mouth. Therefore water being conquered is always subject to me. I do not desire for myself the color, or light, appertaining to the eye. Therefore light being conquered Cured is always subject to me. I do not desire for myself the feelings of touch, which exist in the skin. Therefore air being conquered is always. Mithila is on fire, nothing of mine is burnt, in it, the verse occurs in the Mahabharata, S. Antipavan, Moksha Dharma, Chap. 178, St. 2 and also Chap. 276, St. 4. See 2 Mure, Sanskrit Texts. Volume I, p. 429. This is not clear. I have followed Nalakor's text. Arguna. Misra's is in the earlier part more intelligible, whose is this today? Whose tomorrow? But I cannot find that there is any Vedic text to this effect. Nalak has /ha cites on his text Sopanishad, PBS. The meaning here seems to be, when I considered as to whom the things I saw in my thoughts belonged to, I remembered the Vedic text that one should not wish to obtain another's property. And so, thinking about the matter with that caution, I could not make out that there was anything which I could call my own. To this is the alternative conclusion he has come to. 5. The sense of smell enjoys the smell, myself has nothing to do with I. Compare Git and p. 55, also Maitri, pp. R12, 113. Asterisk whenever there is any smell, it is supposed that particles of earth are there, so the meaning here is all things having the quality of smell are subject to me, and so throughout. The objects of sense are all used for the purposes of the prescribed actions, the benefits of which accrue to gods, and cf. Git, pp. 53, 64, and Su also pp. 84, 85. 8, x. 306 Anusa. Subject to me. I do not desire for myself sounds, even though existing in the ear. Therefore sounds, being conquered, are always subject to me. I do not desire for myself the mind always within me. Therefore the mind being conquered is always subject to me. All these actions of mine are, verily, for this purpose, namely, for the gods, the Pitats, the Pitas, together with guests. Then the Brahmesa, smiling, again said to Ganeka, know me to be Dharma, come here today to learn something about you. You are the one person to turn this wheel, the nave of which is the Brahman, the spoke, the understanding, and which does not turn back 3, and which is checked by the quality of goodness as its circumference plus. Quopter 18. The Brahmesa said, O modest one, I do not move about in this world in the way which, according to your own understanding, you have guessed. I am a Brahmavsa, I am one tie. To put him to the test. Such examinations are often referred to in our later literature. 2t. Veda, says Arguna Misra. 5 Lo, says Arguna Misra, which leads to the seat from which there is no return. Compare Gita, p. 112. Asterisk the wheel is the yoga, says Arguna Misra. The expression is noteworthy, as being that used of Buddha's teaching. See on that David's Buddhism, p. 45. 5 The man who has achieved final emancipation has got that, in which the benefits to be derived from the course of life of Abhaya, Maya, and C, are included, cp 191 Supra. Hence, says he, the Chapter 17, 8. 307. Emancipated, I am a forester, and I likewise perform the duties of a householder, observing vows. I am not such, O beautiful one, as you see me with the I. I pervade every single thing that is in this world. Whatever creatures there are in the world, movable or not moving, know me to be the destroyer of them as fire is of wood. Sovereignty over the whole world, and even over heaven, that or else this knowledge, of these two, knowledge, is my only wealth asterisk. This asterisk is the path of the Brahmasas, by which those who understand that proceed to households, or residence in forests, or dwelling with preceptors, or among mendicants asterisk, with numerous unconfused symbols only one knowledge is approached. And those who, adhering to various symbols and asramas, have their understanding full of tranquility degree, go to the single entity, as rivers to the ocean. This path is traversed by the understanding, not by the body. Actions have a beginning and an end, and the body is tied down by action. Hence, O beautiful one, you doubt, on which your question is based as to what world you will go to by being joined to me, is wrong. CP 286 Supra. 1. He is speaking here on the footing of the essential identity of everything. Compare Gita, p. 62. Asterisk. The expression here is clumsy, the meaning is that he prefers knowledge to sovereignty, if the alternative is offered him. 5. Viz. Knowledge. Asterisk lo. The Brahman. Register trademark symbol. These are the four orders or asramas. 6. The knowledge to be acquired, by whatever symbols the attempt to acquire it is made, is but this, that all is one, and that is acquired certainly when tranquility has been achieved. 7. By realizing the identity of everything, not by the actions performed with the body, which, as he goes on to show, are perishable, and cannot lead to any lasting result. XX2. 308. Anugita. Need, have no fear occasioned by the other world. With your heart intent upon the real entity, you will certainly come into myself. Quartar 19. The Brahmamsa's wife said, this is not possible to be understood by one whose self is frivolous, or by one whose self is not refined, and my intelligence is very frivolous, and narrow, and confused. Tell me the means by which this knowledge is acquired. I wish to learn from you the source from which that knowledge proceeds. The Brahmamsa said, know that he who devotes himself to the Brahman is the lower Arasi, the instructor is the upper Arasi. Penance and sacred learning cause the attrition, and from that the fire of knowledge is produced. The Brahmasa's wife said, as to this symbol of the Brahman which is denominated the Kshetragya, where, indeed, is to be found a description of it, by which it asterisk register trademark symbol is capable of being comprehended. 1. Te mind, Arguna Misra. Register trademark symbol seal of the Arasis, I.e. the wood used for kindling fire. The sense is that the pupil who has penance and Vedic learning goes to a teacher for knowledge. See Svetasvatara, pp. 307, 308. 5. The Brahman, says Arjuna Misra, of which the Kshetrugta is only a symbol. For a definition of Kshetrugvya, C.S. Faunty. Pavan, Moksha, Clap. 184, St. 23. Chapter 19, 9. 309. The Brahmesa said, he is without symbols, and also without qualities. Nothing exists that is a cause of him. I will only state the means by which he can be comprehended. Or not. A good means is found, namely, action and knowledge, by which that entity, which has the symbols, useful, for knowledge attributed to it, through ignorance, is perceived as by B's registered trademark symbol. In the rules for final emancipation, it is not laid down that a certain thing should be done, and a certain thing should not but the knowledge of the things beneficial to the self is produced in one who sees and hears. One should adopt as many of these things, which are means of direct perception, as may here be practicable, unperceived, and those whose form is perceived in hundreds and in thousands, all of various descriptions. Then one reaches near that beyond which nothing exists. The deity said. Then the mind of the Brahmesa's wife, after the 1c Sanatsugatiya, p. 160. 2 viz. That which is required as a preliminary to the acquisition of knowledge, and hence is necessary for final emancipation. Registered trademark symbol the Brahman. 4 Je symbols which are to convey a knowledge of the Brahman. 5 Te. In a way not perfect, as bees hovering above a flower get the fragrance of it without grasping the flower itself, so these means give one an imperfect knowledge of the Brahman to be afterwards perfected by constant meditation upon it. Nididsa. Registered trademark symbol degree as it is in the prior portion of the Vedas, as to sacrifices, and c. 7 Cs, i.e. by contemplation, hears, i.e. from a teacher, Arjuna Misra. This seems to mean such things as hearing, reading, and see, which would be perceived still by the senses, and all intellectual operations which would be unperceived. 310 Anugita. Destruction of the Kshetrugvya, turned to that which is beyond all Kshetrugvyas by means of a knowledge of the Kshetra. Arjuna said, where, indeed, O Kvishva, is that Brahmesa's wife, and where is that chief of Brahmesas, by both of whom this perfection was attained? Tell me about them both, O undegraded one. The deity said, know my mind to be the Brahmesa, and know my understanding to be the Brahma's wife. And he, O Danafigaya, who has been spoken of as the Kshetrugvya, is I myself registered trademark symbol. Chapter XX. Arjuna said, be pleased to explain to me the Brahman which is the highest object of knowledge, for by your favor my mind is much interested in these subtle subjects. Vasudeva said. On this, too, they relate an ancient story, in the shape of a dialogue, connected with final emancipation, between a preceptor and a pupil. A talented 1t.e. after the identification of the individual self with the universal self, when the individual ceases to be perceived as such. Compare Santi Pavan, Moksha, Chap. 187, St. 23. 2. That beyond kshetragvyas equals the absolute supreme self. Compare Git, p. 106. 3. The substance of this speech, says Arjuna Misra, is that the mind and understanding devoted to the Supreme lead to final emancipation. CP 296 Supra. The last chapter closks what in some of the MSS is called the Brahmagita, or Brahmasa GFT4, contained in the Anugita, Pavan. See further as to this our introduction, where the point is further dwelt on. Chapter XX, 12:41. Pupil, O terror of your foes, asked a Brahmama preceptor of rigid vows, when he was seated, something about the highest good. He said, whose goal is the highest good, am come to you, who are venerable, I pray of you with bowed head, O Brahmasa, that you should explain to me what I ask. The preceptor, O son of Putta, said to the pupil who spoke thus, I will explain to you every thing, O twice-born one, on which you verily have any doubt. Thus addressed by the preceptor, O best of the Kauravas, he who was devoted to the preceptor, put his questions with joined hands. Listen to that, O you of great intelligence. The pupil said, whence am I one, and whence are you? Explain that which is the highest truth. From what were the movable and immovable entities born? By what do entities live, and what is the limit of their life? What is truth, what penance, O Bdemawa? What are called the qualities by the good? And what paths are happy? What is pleasure, and what sin? These questions of mine, O venerable Brahmana, sage, O you of excellent vows, do you be pleased to explain correctly, truly, and accurately. There is none else here who can explain these questions. Speak, O best of those who understand piety. I feel the highest curiosity in this matter. You are celebrated in the worlds as skilled in topics connected with the piety required for final emancipation. And there exists none else but you who can destroy all. 1. Compare the questions at the beginning of the Svetasvatara Upanishad. A similar expression to that in the Sanatsugatiya, p. 149. And elsewhere. 312 Anuserte. Doubts. And we, likewise, are afraid of worldly life, and also desirous of final emancipation. Vasudeva said, that talented preceptor, who preserved all vows, O son of Putta, O chief of the family of the Kauravas, O restrainer of foes, duly explained all those questions to that pupil, who had approached him for instruction, who put his questions properly, who was possessed of the necessary qualifications, who was tranquil, who conducted himself in an agreeable manner, who was like his shadow, and who was a self-restrained ascetic and a Brahmasarin. The preceptor said, all this, which is connected with the knowledge of the Vedas, and involves a consideration of the real entity, and which is cultivated by the chief sages, was declared by Brahman. We consider knowledge only as the highest thing, and renunciation as the best penance. And he who understands determinately the true object of knowledge, which is Inexpugnable 5, the self abiding in all entities, and who can move about anywhere, is esteemed highest. The learned man who perceives the abiding together. 1. It is not easy to account for the change here from the singular to the plural. 4. Te always attended on the preceptor. Compare generally, Muzdaka. p. 283. 5. The question was not quite from his own imagination, says Nalekor /ha. Arjuna Misra has a different reading, which he interprets to mean that on which the Vedas are all at one. Asterisk of the fruit of action, Arjuna Misra. 5. Te not such as to require modification by any other knowledge, as knowledge of the world does. 5. Nalakan /ka compares K Adndogya, pp. 523-553. 7. Lo. Of Kit and Gada, says Nalakantha, of Brahman and its manifestations, as alluded to, inter alia, at pp. 105, 106, 191 Supra. Chapter XX, 22. 313. And the severance also, and likewise unity and variety 1, is released from misery. He who does not desire anything, and has no egoism about any thing, becomes eligible for assimilation with the Brahman, even while dwelling in this world. He who knows the truth about the qualities of nature, who understands the creation of all entities, who is devoid of the thought that this or that is mine, and who is devoid of egoism, is emancipated. There is no doubt of that. Accurately understanding the great tree, of which the unperceived is the sprout from the seed, which consists of the understanding as its trunk, the branches of which are the great egoism, in the holes of which are the sprouts, namely the senses, of which the great elements are the flower bunches asterisk, the gross elements the smaller boughs, which is always possessed of leaves, always possessed of flowers, and from which pleasant fruits are always produced, on which all entities subsist, which is eternal, and the seed of which is the Brahman, and cutting it with that excellent sword, no ledi, one attains immortality, and casts off birth and death asterisk. I will state to you today, O highly te that variety is only in this world, but that the unity of everything is the true proposition. Compare inter alia Jita, p. 104. 2. Compare Brihadaranyaka, p. 858, and Jita, p. 65. Asterisk te. The Prakriti of the Sankhya's. Asterisk the great elements are the 5 tanmatras of earth, water, fire, air, and space, which afterwards produce what we have called the gross clements in the text, namely, the earth and sea which we perceive. 5. The tree typifies worldly life. Compare pp. RR 1-189 Supra. The leaves and flowers, Arjuna Misra says, stand for volition and action. And Nalakan Ka seems to agree. The tree is called eternal, as worldly life is supposed to have had no beginning. Compare Safraka. Bhashya, p. 494, sprout from the seed. This rendering is Nasis, citated by Brahman being described as the seed. Compare Muzdaka. p. 288, Svetsvatara, p. 362, Karsha, pp. 143, 144. 314 Anugita. Talented 1. The true conclusion. about the past, the present, the future, and so forth, and piety, desire, and wealth too, which is understood by the multitudes of siddhas, which belongs to olden times, and is eternal, which ought to be apprehended, and understanding which talented men have here attained perfection. Formerly the sages, Bhaspati, Radvarga, Gautama, and likewise Bhargava, Vasish sent her, and also K4 and Visvamitra, and Atri also, desiring knowledge, met each other, after having travelled over all paths and becoming wearied of their own actions. And those twice born sages, giving the lead to the old sage Angirasa, saw Brahman, from whom all sin has departed, in Brahman's mansion. Having saluted that high-souled one who was sitting at ease, the great sages, full of humility, asked him this momentous question concerning the highest good: how should one perform good action? How is one released from sin? What paths are happy for us? What is truth and what vice? By what action are the two paths southern and northern obtained? And what is destruction and emancipation, the birth and death of entities? What? The Granthi said conformably to the scriptures. T.E. The means of arriving at it, are guna misra. To the triad, the acquisition of which worldly men aspire to register trademark symbol. He explains how the doctrine belongs to olden times. T.E. Paths of action, Nilekan /z. See Sanatsugatiya, p.165. 5. Namely, the Pita Oyana and Devayana, Arguna Misra, as to which Ca and Ogya, p. 341, Kaushitaki, p. 13, and Paydara Nyaka, p. 1034. 6. Nilekanika seems to interpret this to mean the temporary and final dissolutions of the worlds, on which see, inter alia, Vedanta Paribhasha, p. 48. 7. So Nilekantha. May it not be according to the received tradition. Chapter XX, 37. 315. When thus spoken to by the sages, I will state to you. Listen to that, O pupil. Brahman said. From the truth were the entities movable and immovable produced. They live by penance. Understand that, O you of excellent vows. By their own action they remain transcending their own source, for the truth joined with the qualities is invariably of 5 varieties. The Brahman is the truth, penance is the truth, Pragpati also is truth. The entities are born from the truth, the universe consisting of all creatures is the truth. Therefore, Br and Mazas, whose final goal is always concentration of mind, from whom anger and vexation have departed, and who are invariably devoting themselves to piety, are full of the truth. I will speak about those Mazas who are restrained by one another who are possessed of knowledge, who are the establishers of the bridge of piety, and who are the constant creators of the people register trademark symbol. I will speak of the 4 branches of knowledge, and likewise of the castes, and of the 4 orders, distinctly. The wise always speak of piety as one, but, having one ill by action, Nilekazaya. Cf. Mundaka, p. 280, and c. p. 166 Supra, Note 1. 2. i.e. they remain apart from the Brahman, being engaged in action. This answers some of the questions put by the pupil to the preceptor. As to the truth, see p. 162, Note 2 Supra. 8. Lovera, or God, penance equals piety, prag for pati equals the individual soul, nilekazisa. Brahman equals that, but how is that joined with qualities? Prag and pati equals Brahman, arguna mura. They agree about penance and entities, which they take to mean the gross elements and creatures. Brahman and pragapati equals virag and hirasiga. Ba. p. 186 Supra. Compare Santi Pavan, Moksha, Chap. 190, St1. 40.c who commit no breach of piety through fear of one another, nilekaz /ha. 5 cf. Jita, p. 86. 316 Anugita. 4 quarters. I will speak to you, O twice-born ones, of the happy path, which is productive of pleasure, and which has been invariably travelled over by talented men in old days for obtaining assimilation with the Brahman. Learn, O noble ones, from me, now speaking exhaustively, of that highest path which is difficult to understand, and of the highest seat. The first step is said to be the order of Brahmairins, the second is that of householders. Next after that is that of foresters, and next after that too, the highest step must be understood to be that relating to the Adhyatma. Light, space, sun, air, Indra, Pragpati, one sees not these, while one does not attain to the Adhi former. I will subsequently state the means to that, which you should understand. The order of foresters, the order of the sages who dwell in forests and live on fruits, roots and air, is prescribed for the 3 twice-born castes. The order of householders is prescribed for all castes. The talented ones speak of piety as having faith for its characteristic. Thus have I described to you the paths leading to the gods plus, which are occupied by good and talented men by means of their actions, and which are bridges of piety. He who, rigid in his vows, takes up any one of these modes of piety separately, always comes in time to perceive the production and dissolution of one, that is to say, that of the ascetic, who specially devotes himself to the acquisition of knowledge about the relation of the supreme and individual self, Adhyatma, to the deity presiding over the bright fortnight, says Arguna Misra. The words space and sun and air must be similarly interpreted. Register trademark symbol nilekor /ha says one sees these only while one has not had a perception of the self. He takes light and sea to mean the universe. *5. The means of reaching the Devayana path, mentioned at p. 314, note 5, Nilekanya. Cf. also Mundaka, p. 312. Chapter XXI, 2. 317. All entities. Now I shall state with accuracy and with reasons, all the elements which abide in parts, in all objects. The great self-register trademark symbol, the unperceived register trademark symbol likewise, and likewise also egoism, the 10 senses and the one sense, and the 5 great elements, and the specific characteristics of the 5 elements, such as the eternal creation. The number of the elements is celebrated as being 24 plus 1. And the talented man who understands the production and dissolution of all elements, he, of all beings, never comes by delusion. He who accurately understands the elements, the whole of the qualities, and also all the deities, casting aside sin, and getting rid of all bonds, attains to all the spotless worlds. Quaraksij. Brahman said that unperceived principle, all-pervading, ever-lasting, and immutable, which is in a state of equilibrium should be understood to become the city of 9 portals, consisting of 3 qualities, and 5 namely, how they are all manifestations of the Brahman, and are all dissolved in it. Compare Inter alia Git, pp. 74, 92. See the Kashopanishad, p.r 49. See also p. 332 Infra. 8 cp 313, Note 3 Supra. Tie the mind. Cf. Jita, p.102. 5 viz. Smell, sound, and see. Tranquility, self-restraint, and see, Arguna Misra. Are they not rather the 3 qualities? As to 24 plus 1 above. Cp 368. 7. Does this mean the senses, as at Git, p. 123? An accurate understanding of the things noted requires a knowledge of their relation to the Supreme, which is the means of final emancipation. And cp 337 Infra. Cjita, p. 107, and Sankhyazdra, prz, and Note 2, p. 331. Infra. 318 Anugita. Constituent principles, encircled by the 11, consisting of mind register trademark symbol as the distinguishing power, and of the understanding as ruler. This is an aggregate made up of 11. The 3 currents which are within this city support it, again and again. And those 3 channels run on, being constituted by the 3 qualities: darkness, passion, and goodness. These are called the 3 qualities, which are all coupled with one another, and likewise serve one another, which depend on one another, and attend on one another, and are joined to one another. 7. And the 5 constituent princi. 1. The 5 gross elements of which the body is composed. Compare Mahabharata, Santi Pavan, Moksha Dharma, Chap. 183, St. 1 Seek. Are developments of the unperceived principle, the Prakriti. Compare Jita, p. 112, where the words which remain absorbed in nature have been inadvertently omitted after with the mind as the 6th. As to the 9 portals, compare Jita, p. 65. 2. The 5 active organs, the 5 perceptive senses, and the mind. 8. This Arguna Mishya takes to mean egoism. Nilakam takes the usual meaning, and adds, objects are produced from mental operations, distinguishing, that is, manifesting as distinct entities. 4. The 11 are, according to Arguna Misra, the 3 qualities, the 5 gross elements, the group of organs and senses as one, egoism, and understanding. 5 viz. The nadis, Idi, Pingala, and Sushamst, Arguna Misra, who adds that they are respectively of the quality of darkness, passion, and goodness. Register trademark symbol. The three entities, says Arguna Misra, support the life winds. Nilekantha takes the three currents to be the threefold inclination of the mind, viz., towards a pure piety, towards enjoying other living creatures, and towards that mixed piety which requires the destruction of life for its performance. Nilekantha also has a different reading from Arguna Misra, which means are replenished instead of support. And the three channels are, according to Nilekantha, the samskars, or effects of previous actions of piety or impiety. 7 coupled equals always existing in association with one another. Serving equals being necessary to the operations of one another, depend in equals supporting one another like three staves, says Nilekantha. Chapter XXI, 2. 319. Poles are made up of the three qualities. Goodness is the match of darkness, and passion is the match of goodness, and goodness is also the match of passion, and darkness the match of goodness. Where darkness is restrained, passion there prevails, where passion is restrained, goodness there prevails. Darkness should be understood to consist in obscurity. It has three qualities, and is called delusion. Its characteristic is also impiety, and it is constant in sinful actions. This is the nature of darkness. It also appears combined with others. Passion is said to consist in activity, and is the cause of successive acts. When it prevails, its characteristic, among all beings, appears to be production, light, lightness, faith. Such is stated to be the nature of goodness, prevailing among all beings, as accepted by good men. The true nature of their characteristics, in aggregation and separation, will now be stated together with the reasons. Learn those accurately. Delusion, ignorance. Upholding, says Arguna Misra, as the total absence of one would lead to the absence of the others also, attending equals becoming subordinate to whichever of them is dominant for the time being, joined equals so as to become one organic whole. Compare as to all this, Yogasvitra it. 18, and commentary, P. Raw, Sankhya Karika, Kariki 12, with Vaspati Misra's comments on it. 1 cf. Chitta, p. 108, and the quotation in the Sankhya Tatvakor. Mudi, p. 64. *Je characteristics, viz. Obscurity, which seems to stand for ignorance, delusion, which is false knowledge, and impiety, doing that which is known to be sinful and wrong. 5. The original means, according to Nilekantha, wrong, unlawful conduct. As to all this compare Santi Pavan, Moksha, Chap. 194, St. 29. *Je. Apparently perpetually doing something. Compare Chitta, p. 108. 5. Compare as to this, and generally also, Sankhya Karika 13, and Commentary of Vaspati Misra, 64 p. The blazing upwards of fire is said to illustrate the lightness of the quality of goodness which belongs to fire. 320 Anugita. Want of liberality, indecision about actions, sleep. Haughtiness *, fear, avarice, grief, finding fault with good acts, want of memory, immaturity, of intel. Lect, nihilism plus, violation of, the rules of, conduct. Want of discrimination, blindness, behavior of the lowest quality, pride of performance without, actual performance, pride of knowledge without, actual knowledge, unfriendliness, evil disposition, want of faith, deluded convictions, want of straightforwardness, want of knowledge register trademark symbol, sinful action, want of knowledge, of the subtle principle, stolidity, lassitude, want of self-restraint, going into inferior ways. All these qualities, O Brahmawas, are celebrated as being dark, and whatever other states of mind connected with delusion, are found in various places. In this world, all these are dark qualities. Constant talk in disparagement of God's premisas and Vedas, want of liberality, vanity, delusion register trademark symbol, anger. Want of forgiveness likewise, and also animosity. Asterisk according to Gita, p. 108, doing nothing, stolid laziness, is a mark of darkness. Cf. generally on this passage Gita, pp. 107, 118, 124 Sikh. Maitri, p. 49. The same word as at Gita, pp. 116,125, headstrong in the latter passage should have been haughty. Compare as to the word. And Handogya, p. 383. Asterisk compare. Gita, p. 51. Asterisk the opposite of the belief mentioned at Gita, p. 126. 5. The same word as at Gita, p. 109. But the commentators render it here by imsra, i.e. destructive. J.M. not swear about the original word here, and the word next. But one afla this. The latter Arguna Misra renders by Sikshma Tatvavdanam, which I have translated above in the text. The former seems to mean general unintelligence. 7. Heaviness and dullness, induced by indolence, and c. Nilakanfha. Lassitude is drooping from despondency, going into inferior ways. Arguna Misra says, means falling into the inferior castes. Nilakasha says it means love for base actions. 8. Not being cognizant of one's own shortcomings. Arguna Misra. Chapter XXI, 18. 321. Towards people, this is considered to be dark conduct. Whatever vain actions there are, and whatever vain gifts, and vain eating, that is considered to be dark conduct. Reviling, and want of forgiveness, animosity, vanity, want of faith also, this is considered to be dark conduct. And whatever such people there are in this world, doers of sinful acts, who break through all regulations, they are all held to be dark. I will state the wombs appointed for these men of sinful actions. They go to the hell, namely, the brute species, to be born in the lower hell asterisk, or become the immovable entities, animals, beasts of burden, demons, and serpents, and worms, insects, birds, and also creatures born from eggs, and all quadrupeds, and idiots, deaf and dumb men, and whatever others are attacked by diseases generated by sin. These dark, evil conducted men, who are sunk in darkness, who bear the marks of their own actions, the current of whose thoughts is downwards, sink into darkness. I will now proceed to state their improvement and ascent, how, becoming men of meritorious actions, they attain to the worlds of those who perform good acts resorting to a contrary course of life, and growing old in good actions. Register trademark symbol, they exert 1 ch Git, p83. 2 Compare Gita, p116. 3 Such as trees and so forth, which are also forms of life. This is alluded to in some Smrutis too. And compare Anugita, p358, and the quotation in the commentary on Sankhya Svitra, v. 122. Register trademark symbol such, says Nalakor /AA, as to fit them for the netherworld. See Tattvakamudi, p.113. As to marks, f. p239 Supra. Register trademark symbol cf Gita, p130. 7je contrary to that already described as dark. Nalakor /ha renders this to mean destroyed for Agnihotra and such ceremonies like the goat referred to above at p290. 8. Yuan 322 Anugita. Themselves, and through the ceremonies performed for them by benevolent Brahmasas devoted to their own duties, they go upwards to the same world as the Brahmavas, the heaven of the gods. Such is the Vedic text. Resorting to a contrary course of life, and growing old in their own duties, they become men in this world whose nature is to return. Coming to a sinful womb, as Kandalas or deaf, or lisping men, they attain to higher and higher castes in order, going beyond the Sidra womb, and beyond whatever other dark qualities there are which abide in the quality of darkness in the current of this world. Attachment to objects of desire is laid down to be the great delusion. There, sages and saints and gods become deluded, wishing for pleasure. Darkness. Register trademark symbol, delusion, the great obscurity called enia, and death the blinding obscurity. Anger is called the great obscurity. I have now duly described to you, O Brahmasas, this quality of darkness, in full and accurately with reference to 1 See note 7 on last page. The sequence of ideas seems not to be properly brought out here. In the course of transmigration after their course of conduct is altered they become men, and then proceed to heaven. This seems the equal sense here. 2 To return to life and death, and so on, until they fit themselves for final emancipation. Compare Apostamba I, 5, 1 pound, Rho RZ. 5 cf. Khindogia, p. 359. This is not very clear, and the commentators give but little help. The meaning probably is, that they gradually, in course of improvement, cross beyond the Sfdra caste, and all those qualities or tempers of mind, and so forth, which have been stated to appertain to the quality of darkness. Compare Sankhya Karika, pp. 47, 48, and Vasaspati's comment. There. These are identified with the afflictions of the Yogasistra ignorance, self-consciousness, affection, aversion, persistent attachment. And they are 5 divisions of false knowledge, or the quality of darkness. ness, as it is here called. Sec. 2, Svetsvatara, com. p. 284. Chapter XXII, 5. 323. Its nature, and also its qualities, and also its source. Who, indeed, understands this properly? Who, indeed, perceives this properly? The definition of the essence of darkness is, that one sees the real in what is unreal. The qualities of darkness have been described to you in many ways, and darkness in its higher and lower forms has been accurately stated. The man who always understands these qualities gets rid of all dark qualities. Quapta XXII. Brahman said, O best of men, I will explain to you accurately the quality of passion. Learn, O noble ones, the action of the quality of passion. Injuring others. Beauty, toil, pleasure and pain, cold and heat. Power, war, peace, argument, repining asterisk, endurance. Strength, valor, frenzy, wrath, exercise and quarrel. 2. Vindictiveness, desire, backbiting, battle, the thought, that this or that is mine, preservation. Slaughter, bonds, affliction, buying and underscore selling. Touching asterisk register trademark symbol other people's weak points, by cutting, breaking, piercing, fierceness and cruelty, vilifying. Pointing out others' weaknesses, thinking of this world, harboring evil thoughts, animosity, abuse. 1. Generally and specifically, says Arguna Misra. 4. Arguna Mishra says these mean pride of beauty and pride of power respectively. Compare as to this list genially, Meta, pp. 50, 56. Asterisk compare. Sanatsugatiya, p. 168. 4. I presume this means solicitude for preserving what one has got. Compare. Gita, p. 48. Literally, piercing, cutting, breaking, piercing further on. Second, to indicate the greater or less offensiveness of the operation of touching others' weak points. Y2. 324. Anugita. Uttering falsehoods, bad gifts, doubt, boasting, center. Sure, praise, laudation, prowess, defiance, attendance on another, obedience, service, harboring desire. Management, policy, heedlessness, contumely, belong. Ing's register trademark symbol, and the various decorations which prevail in this world, for men, for women, for living creatures, for articles, and for houses, vexation, and also want of faith, vows and regulations register trademark symbol, and actions with expectations, and the various acts of public charity. The ceremony of SV4HD, the ceremony of Svada, the ceremony of Vashat, salutation, both officiate ing at sacrifices and imparting instruction, and also sacrificing and study, gifts and acceptance of gifts, expiations, auspicious rites, the wish this may be mine, and that may be mine, affection generated by the qualities register trademark symbol, treachery and likewise deception, disrespect and respect, theft, slaughter, disgust, vexing oneself, wakefulness, ostentation, haughtiness, and attachment also, devotion, pleasure and delight, gambling, Common scandal, association with women, devotion. 1 to undeserving persons, Arguna Misra. Probably it includes the other defects also pointed out at Jita, p. 120. As to doubt, see Jita, p. 63. 2. The one is attributing merits which do not exist, the other one is merely parading mtits which do exist. 5. Arauna Misra takes this literally to mean wish to hear. Asterisk cleverness in worldly affairs, nalakas /sh. 5. Compare Jita, Passim, and SCE also Yogasvitras 2, 30, and Com. Mentary, pp 127-129, CALCED. Asterisk fasts and other observances for special benefits. 1. For example digging tanks and wells, E and C. Asterisk Vashat and Svihar indicate offerings to gods, Svad and to the mains. See Padranyaka, p. 982, and Main Dukya, Gaudapada. Karika, p. 443, and commentaries there. Asterisk I presume this means attachment to the operations of the qualities. Compare Jita, p. 48. As to the wish just before, see Jita. pp. 15 pounds, 116. Chapter 23, 3. 325. To dancing, and instrumental or vocal music, all these qualities, O Brahmavsas, are described as passionate. The men who meditate on past, present, and future entities in this world, who are always devoted to the triad, piety, wealth, and lust also asterisk, who acting under the impulsive desires exult on the success of all their desires. These men, who are enveloped by passion, have their currents downwards asterisk. Born again and again in this world, they rejoice asterisk, and wish for the fruit appertaining to the life after death register trademark symbol and that appertaining to this world also. They give and receive, and make tarpava, and also sacrifice. The qualities of passion have been described to you in many ways, and the action of the quality has also been stated accurately. The man who always understands these qualities, gets rid of all passionate qualities. Quatra XXII. Brahman said, now I shall proceed to describe the third, the best quality, beneficial to all creatures, and unblameable, the duty of the good. Joy, pleasure, nobility, enlightenment and happiness also, absence of stinginess, absence of fear, contentment, faith, forgiveness, courage, harmlessness, equability, truth, straight forwardness, absence of wrath, absence of calumny. 1. Who are always thinking of what they have done and what they have to do, and so forth. Compare Jita, pp. 115, 116. 2. And not that which is higher than these, viz. Final emancipation. 4. So p. 321 and note 5 there. 4. Compare inter alia, Jita. 48p. And viz. Heaven. Compare Jita, p. 48. Degree low. Offerings low. The mains. 7. Compare p. Gusupra, and s. Antipavan, Moksha, chap. 194, s. 34. Chap. 219,8t.36. 4. Nobility, Arguna Misra has manifestation of joy. 326 Anugita. Purity, dexterity, valor. He who possesses the piety of concentration of mind, holding knowledge. To be vain, good, conduct vain, service vain, and labor vain, he attains the highest in the next world. Devoid of the notion that this or that is mine, devoid of egoism, devoid of expectations. Equable everywhere, not full of desires, to be such is the eternal duty of the good. Confidence, modesty, forgiveness, liberality, purity, freedom from laziness, absence of cruelty, freedom from delusion, passion to all creatures, absence of backbiting, joy, contentment, joviality, humility, good behavior, purity in all action for acquiring tranquility *, righteous feelings, emancipation for indifference *, life as a Brahma /drin, abandonment on all hands, freedom from the notion that this or that is mine, freedom from expectations *, unbroken piety, holding that gifts are vain, sacrifices vain, learning vain, vows vain, receipt of gifts vain, piety vain, penance vain. Those talented Brahmasas in this world, whose conduct is of this description, who adhere to the quality of goodness, abiding in the seat of the Brahman, perceive everything aright, getting rid of all * such is Nalakasha's reading, and he takes knowledge to mean mere knowledge derived from books, and Arguna Misra has a different reading for vain, which he depicts to mean wish for fruit. Register trademark symbol C. Sanatsugatiya, p. 162. *Te. Pure and straightforward conduct in the performance of whatever is done for attaining final emancipation of other people from sorrow, Arguna Misra. Register trademark symbol the state of being unconcerned, Udasina, Nalaka /ha. Register trademark symbol CF Git, p. 60, Iuta alia. 7 Arguna Misra understands the original here to mean not being under the control of another. Te. The source of the Vedas, according to Nalakasya, the Supreme is called Brahmayani, the original word here, at Sveta. Chapter 23, 14. 327. Sins, and free from grief, those talented men reach heaven, and create various bodies. The power of governing, self-restraint, minuteness, those high-souled ones make, for themselves, by the operations of their own minds like the gods dwelling in heaven. They are said to have their currents upwards register trademark symbol, and to be gods, and of the quality of goodness, and having gone to heaven they verily change in various ways, by means of nature, they obtain and divide register trademark symbol whatever they desire. Thus, O chiefs of the twice born, have I described to you the conduct of the quality of goodness. Understanding this according to rule, one obtains whatever one desires. The qualities. Svataya, p. 394, where Brahman is rendered to mean Prakriti by Sankara. See Sanatsugatiya, p. 186, note 6, and Taturtyadrazika. p. and yg4. As to the probable sense here, see p. 339, note 2 infra. 1 i.e. for themselves. CFP 345 infra, Yogasvitras, p. 2273. And Brihadaranyaka, p. 849. These include, according to Nilekor/ha, the other qualities of the same class unnamed here, for which see Yogasvitra 3:44. p. 207. The power of governing, producing, destroying, or combining worldly objects as one pleases, self-restraint, in the presence of tempting objects, minuteness equals power of becoming as minute as one pleases. The other qualities are lightness, largeness, and heaviness, power of attracting everything so as to be near oneself, c.g. touching the moon with the finger, power of obtaining one's wish. 5. Compare p. 321 Supra and Note 5. Arguna Misra, and Nilekar's ha. Also, here render it by those who go upwards. As to which, see Gita, p. 109. 4. Compare for this sense, which is given by Arguna Misra, Sankhya. Sira, p. 19. Register trademark symbol Nilekor/ha says this means that they change their minds for purposes of enjoyment by means of the impression of previous enjoyments. The changes, however, seem to be those above 1 Ephirad. 2. Infiniteness, and c. and the acquisition of other bodies. As to nature, compare Gita, pp. 58 and R12, with the correction made at p.318 Supra. 6. This is not quite clear. Does it mean distribute among them selves or others? 328. Anugita of goodness have been specifically described, and the operation of the qualities has been accurately stated. The man who always understands these qualities enjoys the qualities, but is not attached to the qualities. Chapter Ksiv. Brahman said, the qualities cannot be explained altogether distinctly from one another. Passion, goodness, and darkness likewise are seen mixed up with one another. They are attached to one another, they feed on one another. They all depend on one another, and likewise follow one another. There is no doubt of this, that as long as there is goodness, so long darkness exists. And as long as goodness and darkness, so long is passion said to exist here. They perform their journey together, in union, and moving about collectively. For they act with cause, or without cause *, moving in a body. Of all these, acting with one another, but differing in development. The increase and diminution will now be stated. Where darkness is increased, abiding * in the lower entities, their passion should be understood to be little, and goodness likewise to be less. Where Chgta inter alia, p. Roy. 2 cfp 318 Supra. 80 Arguna Misra. Nilekor says on this tlo ever much goodness may be increased, it is still held in check by darkness. And thus there is the continual relation of that which checks and that which is checked between the three qualities, hence they are alike. So also passion being increased, holds goodness and darkness in check. The sense seems to be that the qualities dominate all in this world and exist together though varying in strength. Git, 73p. *i.e, spontaneously, Arguna Misra, compare. Sinti Pavan, Moksha. Chap. 194, St 35. Degree-itis in the lower species that darkness is predominant. Chapter Ksiv, 14. 329. Passion is developed, abiding in those of the middle current, their darkness should be understood to be little, and goodness likewise to be less. And where goodness is developed, abiding in those of the upward current their darkness should be understood to be little, and passion likewise to be less. Goodness is the cause of the modifications in the senses, and the enlightener for there is no other higher duty laid down than goodness. Those who adhere to the ways of goodness go up, the passionate remain in the middle, the men of the quality of darkness, being connected with the lowest quality, go down, for the three qualities abide in the three castes thus: darkness in the Sudra, passion in the Kshatriya, and the highest, goodness, in the Brahmasa even from afar, darkness, goodness, and passion also are seen to have been together and moving about collectively. We have never heard of them as existing separately. Seeing the sun rising, evil doers are alarmed, and travelers, suffering trouble from the heat, feckle the warmth. The sun is good ness developed, evildoers likewise are darkness, and the heat to the travelers is said to be a property of 1te the human species, Arguna Misra. Compare Jita, P. Rog. 9c Gil 4, P. Rog, also p. 327 Supra, in his Sankhya Tattva. Kaumudi, Vakaspati Misra applies the epithet to yogins, cp 13. Of Taranatha's edition, and the editor's note there. Plus cf. Git, p. 108. 4 cf. Jit, p. 108. The modifications of the senses constituting perception by them is an operation of the quality of goodness. This seems to be the meaning of the text. As to this, compare Tattva. Kaunudi, p. 14, Tardnatha's edition. Register trademark symbol C. Git, p. Reg, the words are nearly identical. *cf. Stinti Pavan, Moksha, Chap. 188, St. 15. The Vaishya is omitted here. 7 i.e., Arguna Misra says, even after much observation. 330 Anugita. Passion, the light in the sun is goodness, the heat is the quality of passion, and its eclipse on the Pavan days must be understood to be of the quality of darkness. So in all shining bodies, there exist three qualities, and they act by turns in the several places in several ways. Among immovable entities, darkness is in the form of their belonging to the lower species. The qualities of passion are variable, and the oleaginous property is of the quality of goodness *. The day should be understood to be threefold, the night is stated to be threefold, and likewise months, half-months, years, seasons, and the conjunctions. Threefold are the vifts given. Threefold the sacrifices performed, threefold are the 1. This illustrates the existence of the qualities as one body. Even the enlightening sun, which embodies the quality of goodness, produces effects which belong to the other qualities. The fear and sorrow which evildoers, that one's thieves, feel, is an effect of the rising of the sun, which appertains to the quality of darkness, and the heat, as being the cause of vexation and consequent delusion to travelers, appertains to the quality of passion. Register trademark symbol TE. the days of the moon's conjunction or opposition. 5. To understand this to mean that in the immovable entities the three qualities coexist. The huth in the lower species is an effect of darkness, the variable qualities, viz. the heat, and sea, as Arjuna Misra says, are the proprieties of passion, and the oleaginous properties among them appertain to goodness, as, says Arjuna Misra, they are sources of pleasure. Compare Gita, p. 118. Naleka / says, immovable entities being very unintelligent, darkness is very much developed among them, but this last, as an interpreter of Bhagwadgita, appears to me to be alike unwarranted and inappropriate here. Does this mean the period about the close of one and beginning of another yuga or age? That is the only sense Siastum generis, with the words preceding it, that I can think of, yet the jump from years to yuga sandis is a long one. Registered trademark symbol CH Gitti, P.R20, with reference to some, at least, of the things enumerated here. The division would be rather fanciful. Chapter Xiv, 25. 331. Worlds, threefold the gods, threefold the departments of knowledge, and threefold the path. The past, the present, and the future, piety, wealth, and lust, the prasa, the apna, and the udana, these are the three qualities. And whatever there is in this world, all that is made of these three qualities register trademark symbol. The three qualities, goodness, passion, and darkness, also, are always acting unperceived. The creation of the qualities is eternal. Darkness, unperceived. Holy *, constant, unborn, womb, eternal, nature. Change, destruction, pradana, production and absorption, not developed, not small, unshaking, immovable, immutable, existent and also non-existent. 5. All these, the unperceived, consisting of the three qualities, is said to be. These names should be learnt by men who ponder on matters relating to the self. He who understands correctly all the names of the unperceived, and the qualities, and its pure operations, he, freed from the body, understanding the truth about all distinctions, and being free from all misery, is released from all qualities. 1. See these three mentioned at Ahindogya, pp. 340 to 359. As to departments of knowledge, compare Gita, 84p. Anguna Misra reads, threefold the Vedas. 2. The universe is all developed from the Prakriti, which is merely the three qualities in equilibrium. Compare Sankhya Stitra I, 61. Because it gives final emancipation to one who discriminates it from Purusha, Arguna Mista. Compare Sankhya Svitra It, 1 Sikh, and Zdikhyakaikt, p. 56 Sikh, and commentary. For another list of names of Prakriti, see Svetasvatara, com. p. 283. Nature is not a development from anything, and hence is called a Vikvti in Sankhya Kitika 3, but change here probably means the whole aggregate of Vikritis, changes or developments, which make up Prakritis, or by a different derivation it may, perhaps, also incan that from which all development or change takes place. See Sankhya Fitra v. 5246-5 and also I, 26, and common entry. Here, The Vedantins speak of Maya, which answers to what the 332 Anugita Quaterxxv. Brahman said. From the unperceived was first produced the Great Self One, of great intelligence, the source of all qualities. It is said to be the first creation. That Great Self is signified by these synonymous terms: the Great Self, intelligence, Vishyasterisk, Jishhi. Samhu, the valiant, the understanding, means of knowledge, means of perception, and likewise cognition, courage, memory. Knowing that Great Self, a learned Brahmava, comes not by delusion. It has hands and feet on all sides, it has eyes, heads, and faces on all sides, it stands pervading everything in the world. The being of great power is stationed in the heart of all. Minuteness, lightness, the power of obtaining everything, are his. He is the governor, the light, inexhaustible. Now people who comprehend the understanding, and who are always possessed of a good heart, who practice meditation, who are constant at concentration of mind, who are true to their promises, and whose senses are subdued, who are possessed of knowledge, who are not avaricious, who have subdued wrath, whose minds are clear, who are talented, who are devoid of the thought that this or that is mine, who are devoid of egoism. Saukhyas call Prakafti, see Svetsvatara, pp. 340, and Stkhyasvitra. T. 69, and commentary there, as Satvadhyad Manivijaya. La the understanding, on which see Stkhyasvitra I, 61-64. It is called being, Purusha, further on, as it dwells in the body, Puri, i.e. of the effects of all qualities, namely, the universe. Compare Gita, p. 48, Nilakor /ha. Te, all-pervading, Arguna Misra. On the whole passage, see Sankhyasdra, pp. 15, 16, and note 3 on page 333 infra. As, says Arguna Misra, it is the source of all activity. The words are identical with those at GIT, p. 103. Register trademark symbol CP 327 Supra. Chapter XXVI, 2. 333. These being emancipated, attain greatness. And the talented man who understands that high and holy goal, the great self *, he among all people comes not by delusion. The self-existent Vishya is the Lord in the primary creations *, and he who thus knows the Lord lying in the cave plus, the transcendent ancient being, of universal form, and golden, the highest goal of those possessed and of understanding. That talented man abides transcending the understanding register trademark symbol. Chapter X16. Brahman said that Mahat which was first produced, is, afterwards, called egoism, when it is born as the feeling itself. 71. That is said to be the second creation. That egoism is stated to be the source of all entities. Says Arguna Mr., the world of the understanding. Does this mean the world of Hirasagarbha? The understanding one is said to be the subtle body of Hirasagarbha, Vedanta Pandsha. p. 46. Probably the reference spiritually interpreted is to the state in which egoism and all its products are non-existent. Literally, the high and holy passage to the great self. Asterisk the Mahat first manifests itself as Vishvu before it manifests itself as Brahman or Siva, Psychiasphra, p. 16, hence he is said to be the Lord in the primary creation. It may be added, that in the Sankhya Sara where this passage is quoted the original word rendered cognition above, khy4t does not occur, but in lieu of it occurs Brahman. The sentence and the talented man and see is also wanting there. Asterisk te, the understanding. See Sankara on Svetsvatara, p. 329. Karsha, p. 100. Source of Enlightenment, Arguna Misra, compare. Mundaka, pp. 303 308, gloss. Asterisk I.e., attaching himself to the Purusha, as the never-changing reality, and rising above Prakriti and its manifestations. 70 when the Mahat develops into the fecaling of self-consciousness, then it assumes the name of egoism. Asterisk C on this Sankhyasphra, holes in trod. p. 31, note 334 Anugita. That from which the changes take place, it is full of light, the supporter of consciousness, it is that from which the people are produced, the Pragdapati. It is a deity, the producer of the deities, and of the mind, it is the creator of the three worlds. That which feels. Thus, I am all this, is called, by that name. That eternal world is for those sages who are contented with knowledge relating to the self, who have pondered on the self, and who are perfected by sacred study and sacrifice. By asterisk consciousness of self one enjoys the qualities, and thus that source of all entities, the producer of the entities, creates them. And as that from which the changes take place, it causes all this to move, and by its own light, it likewise charms the world. Asterisk 50 Arguna Misra. Nilay says it means born from the change, or development, viz., Mahatthas Dikhyasdra, p. 14. However, shows it means a pertaining to the quality of goodness. See also Sankhya Karika 25, and commentary there, which is of great help here. The sense is this: egoism is of three descriptions, it appertains to the quality of goodness, and as such is the creator of the deities and mind, the deities being those presiding over the 10 senses. Compare Sankhyasdra, p. 17, it is full of hght, or appa tines to the quality of passion, comparabud, and as such imparts to the other two qualities their virtue of activity. Compare Sakhya Kanka. Commentary, pgt, Taranithas ed, it is also of the quality of darkness, and as such the producer of the triple world, Seabud. See Sankhya Svitra 2, 17, 18, and comment, where a view some what different in one or two details is stated. Sankhya Sara, p. 16, Zdkhya K. Andik 24, p. 89, Tardanthas ed. Asterisk Arguna Misra says that the words Ahankdra and Si are here explained. Qualities here means objects, as at Giti, 55 p. The meaning of the first clause is, that the fecaling that the objects are for oneself, and therefore enjoying them, gives the name of Ahankara. To the principle in question, its creation of all the clements gives it the name of Pitadi. It is called Vaiktrika, as the cause of the various activities and developments going on. I. He last clause seems to be An explanation of the epithet tyasa, also applied to egoism. Chapter XXI, 7. 335. Quapraxxai. Brahman said. From egoism, verily, were the 5 great elements born, earth, air, space, water, and light as the 5th. In these 5 great elements, in the operations of perceiving, sound, touch, color, taste, and smell, creatures are deluded. When, at the termination of the destruction of the great elements, the final dissolution approaches, O talented one, a great danger for all living beings arises. Every entity is dissolved into that from which it is produced. They are born one from the other, and are dissolved in the reverse order * register trademark symbol. Then when every entity, movable or immovable, has been dissolved, the talented men who possess a good memory are not dissolved at all. Sound, touch, and like wise color, taste, and smell as the 5th. The operations connected with these have causes and are inconstant, and their name is delusion, caused by the production of avarice, not different from one another, and insignificant * connected with flesh and blood, and depending upon one another. The contact of the objects of sense with the senses is the source of delusion. 9. F. Gita, p.107, and note 1 there. Compare Sankhya I, 121, and p. 387 infra. 4. Knowledge of the truth, Arguna Misra. Flens, as they have a beginning, they also must have an end. And hence they are inconstant. This and following epithets expand the idea of inconstancy. 7. Bengal in substance connected with the Prakriti, the material world, so to say. Containing no reality, Nilukasha. 336. Anugita. Excluded from the self, these are helpless and powerless. The prasa and the apna, the udana, the samphorna, and the vidna also, these 5 winds, are also joined to the inner self, and together with speech, mind, and understanding make the 8 constituents of the universe. He whose skin, nose, ear, eye, tongue, and speech are restrained, and whose mind is pure, and understanding swerving, and whose mind is never burnt by these 8 fires, he attains to that holy Brahman than which nothing greater exists. And the 11 organs, which are stated as having been produced from egoism, these, O twice-born ones, I will describe specifically. The ear, the skin, the 2 eyes, the tongue, the nose also as the 5th, the 2 feet, the organ of excretion, and the organ of generation, the 2 hands, and speech as the 10th. Such is the group of organs, the mind is the 11th. This group one should subdue first, then the Brahman shines before him. 5 of these are called the organs of perception, and 5 the *nalakor / apparently takes the original here to mean of gross nature, not subtle, such as anything connected with the self would be. They are helpless and powerless without support from other principles, and mainly the self. He here states what is more closely connected with the self, and, as Nalakar puts it, accompanies the SCLF till final emancipation. The inner self Nalakor / takes to mean the self associated with egoism or SCLF consciousness. Nalake has /har cites certain texts to show that the perceptive senses work only through the mind, and that the objects of the senses are produced from the senses, and hence the universe, he says, is constituted of the sight enumerated above. *Lo. From the truth. *ie vexed by the operations of any of these. Chapter XXI, 24. 337. Organs of action. The five beginning with the ear are truly said to be connected with knowledge, and all the rest are without distinction connected with action. The mind should be understood to be among both, and the understanding is the 12th. Thus have been stated the 11 organs in order. Understanding these learned men think they have accomplished everything. I will now proceed to state all the various organs. Space register trademark symbol is the first entity, as connected with the self it is called the ear, likewise as connected with objects, it is sound. And the presiding deity there is the quarters. The second entity is air, it is known as the skin as connected with the self, as connected with objects. It is the object of touch, and the presiding deity there is lightning. The third entity is said to be light, as connected with the self it is called the eye. Next, as connected with objects, it is color, and the presiding deity there is the sun. The fourth entity should be understood to be water, as connected with the self it is called the tongue, as connected with objects it is taste, and the presiding deity there is sama. The fifth entity is earth. As connected with the self it is the nose, as connected with objects likewise it is smell, and the presiding deity there is the wind. Thus are the five entities stated to be divided among the three. I will now proceed to state all the various organs. 1. Compare. Sinkhaya Kaika 27, Sikhaya Syra, p. 17. *CF Kasha, p. 148. Cf. Lalita Vistera, translated by Dr. R. Mitra, Pr. 4. The above sentences show the entities in the three different aspects mentioned, which correspond to Kakutha. The ear is the sense, that which is connected with the self. Sound is the object of that sense, as connected with the external world, and the 4. Z. 338 Anugita. As connected with the self, the feet are mentioned by Brahmosas, who perceive the truth, as connected with objects it is motion. The presiding deity there is Vishnu. The Apna wind, the motion of which is downward, as connected with the self, is called the organ of excretion, as connected with objects it is excretion, and the presiding deity there is Mitra. As connected with the self the generative organ is mentioned, the producer of all beings, as connected with objects it is the semen, and the presiding deity there is Pragpati. Men who understand the Adhyatma speak of the two hands as connected with the self, as connected with objects it is actions, and the presiding deity there is Indra. Then first, as connected with the self, is speech which relates to all the gods, as connected with objects it is what is spoken, and the presiding deity there is fire. As connected with the self they mention the mind, which follows after the five entities. As connected with objects it is the mental operation. The presiding deity there is the moon. Likewise, thro is egoism, the cause of the whole course of worldly life, as connected with the self, as connected with objects, self-consciousness, the presiding deity there is Rudra. As connected with the self, they men. The understanding impelling the six senses. Quarters, Dick, are the deities presiding over the senses, as to this. F. Sankhya-sara, p. 17, and Vedanta Panpisht, p. 45, which show some discrepancies. The distinctions of Adhyatma and Si are to be found in the Upanishads, cf. Inter alia, Anugita, p. 227, and compare Gita, p. 77. Asterisk as to the original word, f. Inter aha, Svetisvatara, pp. 197 to 202. Register trademark symbol. This probably means the five senses which can perceive only when associated with the mind. CP 268 Supra. Asterisk the understanding is called the Charivtir at Ka/the, P. Ort. Chapter Xai, 39. 339. As connected with objects that which is to be understood, and the presiding deity there is Man. There are three seats for all entities, a fourth is not possible, land, water, and space. And the mode of birth is fourfold. Those born from eggs, those born from germs, those born from perspiration, and those born from wombs. Such is the fourfold mode of birth of the group of living beings. Now there are the inferior beings and likewise those moving in the air. Those should be understood to be born from eggs, as also all reptiles. Insects are said to be born from perspiration, and worms of the like description. This is said to be the second mode of birth, and inferior. Those beings, however, which are born after the lapse of some time, bursting through the earth, are said to be born from germs, O best of the twice-born beings of 2 feet or more than 2 feet, and those which move crookedly, are the beings born from wombs. Understand about them also, O best of men. The eternal seat, where the Brahman is to be attained, should be understood to be twofold, penance asterisk and meritorious action. Such is the doctrine of the learned. Action should be understood to be of various asterisk. 1 cf. R. Anugita, pp. 404 to 406, and glosses, 8 Arya, p. 2435. Vedanta Paribash 4, p. 47, Sankhya Svitra v. 111, Manui, 43. Max Miller's note at p. 94 of his Anugita in this Sirix. 2 Sonale Kava, but he also adds that this means birth as a Brahmesa, which seems to be quite Wyang. Arguna Misra's means of acquiring Brahman is right. CP 369 Infia. 3t.e, I presume, knowledge. Sikara has so interpicted the word at Mwaidekar, p. 270, and Kasha, p. 127, and elsewhere, and see Sanatsugatiya, p. 166 Supra. For another reading is of 2 kinds. But I prefer this, as 3 kinds are mentioned further on. Z2. 340 Anugita. Descriptions, namely, sacrifice, gift at a sacrifice, and sacred study, for every one who is born. Such is the teaching of the ancients. He who duly understands this, becomes possessed of concentration of mind, O chief of the twice-born. And know, too, that he is released from all sins. Space register trademark symbol is the first entity, as connected with the individual self it is called the ear, as connected with objects likewise it is called sound, and the presiding deity there is the quarters. The second entity is air. As connected with the individual self it is called the skin, as connected with objects it is the object of touch, and the presiding deity there is the lightning. The third is called light, as connected with the individual self it is laid down to be the eye. Next, as connected with objects it is color. The presiding deity there is the sun. The fourth should be understood to be water, as connected with the individual self it is stated to be the tongue, as connected with objects it should be understood to be taste. The presiding deity there is Sama. The fifth element is earth, as connected with the individual self it is called the nose, as connected with objects likewise it is called smell. The presiding deity there is Vayu. Thus have I 1 cf. As to this Aondogia, p. 136, which justifies our rendering. Though the commentator Arjuna Misra seems to understand the passage differently. 2 Arjuna Misra seems to understand this to mean twice born. 5 This is a one repetition of what occurs at p. 337, and apparently is spurious. But 2 of the MSS, both those containing commentaries, contain the passage twice. One of the other MSS omits the pars tilde sage where it occurs before, and has it here. I think that the passage is in its place before, and probably interpolated here. Chapter XXI, 49. 341. Accurately described to you the creation as connected with the individual self. A knowledge of this, O ye who understand piety, is here obtained by those who possess knowledge. One should place all these together, viz., the senses, the objects of the senses, and the 5 great elements, and hold them by the mind too. When everything is absorbed into the mind, the pleasures of worldly life are not esteemed. The learned men, whose understandings are possessed of knowledge, esteem the pleasure derived from that hash. Now register trademark symbol. I shall proceed to describe that discarding of all entities by means, gentle and hard register trademark symbol, which produces attachment to subtle topics and is sanctifying. The mode of conduct in which qualities are not treated as qualities, which is free from attachment, in which one lives alone, which is uninterrupted, and which is full of the Brahman, is called happiness, dwelling in one aggregate. 1 Am not quite sure that this one is a correct ending, but I can think of none better, and the commentators afford no help. 2 Nalakan /AA says, thinking that the Jagat elements are not distinct from the senses, one should hold them absorbed in the mind. Arjuna Misra says, in the mind as their seat they should be placed. As being not distinct from the mind, I presume. Compare Katha, p. 148. Literally, birth. Fortium knowledge I presume. The commentators afford no help. Register trademark symbol Arjuna Misra's text appears to commence a new chapter here. Register trademark symbols such as meditation or upasana, and prasvayama or restraint of life winds respectively, Arjuna Misra. Trademark symbol CFP 310 Supra. Register trademark symbol i.e. bravery, learning, and C are treated as not being merits, as they cause pride, and C, nalakas /ha. Asterisk I. Sent. In solitude, nalakor /ha, devoting oneself to the self only. Arjuna Mishya. Compare also p. 284 Supra, note 4. Or, says nalakor /aa, free from any belief in distinctions. For another reading would mean which exists among Brahmasas. %t.e, all collected together, I presume. 342 Anugita. The learned man who absorbs objects of desire from all sides, as a tortoise, draws in his limbs, and who is devoid of passion, and released from everything, is ever happy. Restraining objects of desire within the self *, he becomes fit for assimilation with the Brahman, having his cravings destroyed, and being concentrated in mind, and friendly and affectionate to all beings. The fire of the Adhyatma register trademark symbol is kindled in a sage by his abandoning the country, and by the restraint of all the senses which hanker after objects of sense. As fire kindled with fuel shines forth with a great blaze, so the great self * shines forth through the restraint of the senses. When one with a tranquil self perceives all entities in one's own heart, then, being self-illumined register trademark symbol, one attains to that which is subtler than the most subtle thing, and than which there is nothing higher. It is settled that the body in which the color is fire, the flowing one compare Gita, pp. 50, 51, and Santi Pavan, Moksha Dharma, I, 51. Where the phrase is precisely the same as here. 2 Tephium all bonds, I suppose. CP 292 Supra. Asterisk CF Gita, 51p. Asterisk CF Gita, p 110 register trademark symbol compare. Jala, p 68. Register trademark symbol TE. Experience, nalakas /a. It means direct perception of the relations between the supreme and individual self cf Gita, p.r13. 7 as opposed to forests. See Sanatsugatiya, p. 159, note 9. Register trademark symbol. This must mean here the supreme self, apparently. Register trademark symbol lo. Being devoted to the self only, Arjuna Misra. The ordinary meaning of the word, however, one who is direct experience or perception without the aid of senses, and c. Compare. Pa. Dhiranyaka, p. 765, and Zdaitraka Bhashya, pp. 648, 784, and c. W. Nalakas /ha says, the supreme Brahman which is subtler than the Brahman within the lotus-like heart. Uj, that which perceives color, viz. the sense, Arjuna Misra. This applies to the analogous words coming further on. Tiat, taste, says Arjuna Misra, which seems to be more correct than nalakav /tas blood and such other liquid elements of the body. Chapter Ksai, 59. 343. Element, water, and the feeling of touch is air. The hideous holder of the mud is earth, and likewise the sound is space, which is pervaded by disease, and sorrow, which is surrounded by the 5 currents, which is made up of the 5 elements, which has 9 passages, register, trademark, symbol, and 2 deities, which is full of passion, unfit to be seen, register, trademark, symbol, made up of 3 qualities and of 3 constituent elements, pleased with contacts, and full of delusion. This same body, which is difficult to move in this mortal world, and which rests on the real entity, register, trademark, symbol, is the very wheel of time which rotates in this world. It is a great ocean, fearful and unfathomable, and is named delusion. The world, together with the immortals, should cast it aside, curtail it, one tie the flesh, bone, and so forth, nalakortha, the mucus in the nose, arguna misra. 2 i.e. the senses. Compare p. 238 Supia, Note 7. 5 cf. Jita, p. 65. Asterisk SCE Sanatsugatiya, p. 187 Supra. Register, trademark, symbol as being unholy, nalakantha, as the bodies of Kasdalas and C. Wenson are productive of sin, arguna mista. CP 155 Supra. 6 viz. Vata, pitta, sleshma, or wind, bile, and phlegm. The deities are sometimes spoken of as 7. Secretary Yogasutras. P 192, Tate. RE. P 874, Commentary, and P 246 Supra. Sec. 2. However, Svetasvatara, Commentary, p. 287. 7 which is delighted only by contact with food and so forth, not otherwise, nalakaya. Te. Cause of delusion. The original word for it is settled at the beginning of this sentence is otherwise rendered by Arguna Misra. He takes it to mean in this light, namely, as above stated, should one contemplate the body. The other rendering is nalakanjas. Degree lo. The self, Arguna Misra, the understanding, nalakora. Difficult to move equals difficult to adjust if attacked by discase, and c. Nalakiha. 1 tt is owing to this body that the self becomes limited by time. Arguna Misra. Nalakases glossae do not follow. Compare p. 187 Supra. And p. 355 Infla. J. Characterized by delusion, Arguna Misra. 344 Anugita. And restrain it. Desire, wrath, fear, avarice, treya, sheri, and falsehood also, all these, which are difficult to get rid of, the good do get rid of by restraint of the senses asterisk, and he who in this world has vanquished the 3 qualities and the 5 constituent elements 3, obtains the highest, the infinite, seat in heaven. Crossing the river of which the 5 senses are the lofty banks, the agitation of mind register trademark symbol the mighty waters, and delusion the reservoir, one should vanquish both desire and wrath. Freed from all sins, he then perceives that highest principle, concentrating the mind within the mind, and seeing the self within the self asterisk. Understanding everything, he sees the self with the self in all entities as one register trademark symbol, and also as various. Tam not sure about the meaning here, Arjuna Misra says. Reading Visrijit, send forth for Vikshipit, cast aside, send forth. At the creation, curtail at the dissolution, and restrain at the final emancipation. The commentary reads Rodait, which we have adopted above. The text in the same copy, however, is Bodait. Arjuna Misra adds, as far as I can make out from an incorrect copy, as in this life everything is accomplished by these actions. Namely, I suppose, the casting aside, and c. Nilakanja says, this same thing is the cause of creation, destruction, and knowledge. Reading Bodait. To compare. Jita, p. 87. Asterisk te, the 5 Jakat elements, as stated in Willam's dictionary. Citing Yagravil Qi 145. See Santi Pavan, Moksha, chap. 182. St 16, chap. 184 St 1, asterisk I.e, the seat of the Brahman, Nilakaya. 5 C Jita, p. 66, where the word is the same, viz. Vega. Asterisk from which, namely, the river issues. Compare for the whole figure. Sinti Pavan, Moksha, chap. 251, St 12. Asterisk the mind equals the lotus-like heart, Nilakotha. Compare. Jita, p. 79. Concentrating equals withdrawing from external objects, and c. Asterisk te. In the Hodi, Nilakas /ha. CP 248. Cf Jita, p. 83, and note 4 there. Nilakor /ha says, as one, i.e. Hy direct perception of the unity of the individual and supreme. And as various, ic. In the all-comprehending form. Chapter X8, 2. 345. Changing from time to time. He can always perceive numerous bodies like 100 lights from one light. He verily is Vishnu, and Mitra, and Varusa, Agni, and Pragpati. He is the supporter, and the creator. He is the Lord whose faces are in all directions, in him, the great self, the heart of all beings, is resplendent. Him, all companies of Brahmavsas, and also gods, and demons, and yakshas, and Pisafas, and Pitas, and birds, and the bands of Rakshasis, and the bands of Pitas *, and also all the great sages, ever extol. Quararix 8. Brahman said, among men the royal Kshatriya is the middle quality, among vehicles the elephant *, and among denizens of the forest the lion, among all sacrificial animals the sheep, and among the dwellers in holes the snake, among cattle also the bull, and among one TQ creating or acting, Arjuna Misra. I think it probable that it was meant to go with the preceding words. See Git. p. $3 note, but, for this, changing must be in the accusative. It is in the nominative. As the original stands, and on Arjuna Misra's interpretation, the sense seems to be that when he is about to engage in the work of creation, he can obtain as many bodies as he likes. Nilakavaya compares Aindogya, p. 526. And CPP 249. 327 Supra. Can always perceives equals invariably obtains when he wishes. Asterisk CF Jita, pp. 83, 93, and note 1 there. Cf. Guilt, pp. 85, 118. *T. Passion tilde that Quilgti is dominant in the Kshatriya. Nilakazha, cp 329 Supra. Commenting on Jata v. 18, p. 65, Sankara calls the elephant Atyantit Dinasa, belonging entirely to the quality of dakeness. 346 Anugita. Females are male. The Nugroda, the Gamu, the Pipala, and likewise the Salmali, the Sinsap 4, and the Meshazvziga, and likewise the bamboo and willow. These are the princes among trees in this world. There is no doubt of that. The Imavat, the Paritra, the Saoya, the Vintoye, the Trick, /Avat. The Sveta, the Nila, the Bhasa, and the Koshzavat. Mountain, the Mahendra, the Guru Skanda, and likewise the Malyavat mountain. These are the princes among mountains. Likewise the Maruts are the princes among the Gawas. The sun is the prince among the planets, and the moon among the nakshatras. Yama is the prince among the Pita, and the ocean among rivers. Varusa is the king of the waters, and Indra is said to be the king of the Maruts. Arka is the king of hot bodies, and Indu is said to be the kini of shining bodies. Fire is ever the lord of the elements, register, trademark, symbol, and Bhaspati of Brahmasas. Sama is the lord of herbs. Vishvu is the chief among the strong. Vish /V7 is the prince. As to the constructions here, compare generally Jata, 88p, and c. The remarks of Ramanyar and Srira on Git 4x, 21. The meaning. Here is, of course, the male is ruler over females. 2. I do not know what distinction is intended between these two. Generally kifuka is used for the hollow bamboo, which whistles when the wind blows through it. Some of these mountains are mentioned in Pataphigali, SVE. Introduction. For this list may be compared with that at Jata, Chapter X. Sometimes the same object occurs more than once with reference to more than one class. Thus the moon occurs as lord of Naksha, Uas, of shining bodies, and of herbs, unless Soina there stands for the Sama plant. See Git, p. 113. Argung Mista says expressly that the moon occurs more than once as the correlatives. The classes with reference to which she is mentioned are different. In such cases I have kept the original names untranslated. Arkas equals sun, Indu equals moon. Compare. Karsha, p. 83. Chapter X8, 16. 347. Of the Rudras, and Siva is the ruler of all creatures. Likewise, sacrifice of all initiatory ceremonies, and Magavat. Likewise of the gods, the north among the quarters, and among all Vipras the powerful. King Sama Kubra, is lord of all jewels. Puran. Dara of all deities. Such is the highest creation among all entities. Pragapati is lord of all peoples, and of all entities whatever I, who am full of the Brahman, and great, am Lord. There is no higher being than myself or Vishya. The great Vishya full of the Brahman is the King of kings over all. Understand him to be the ruler, the creator, the uncreated Hari. For he is the ruler of men, Kinnaras, and Yakshas, of Gandharvas, snakes, and Rakshasis, of gods, demons, and Nagas. Among all those who are followed by men, full of desires, the chief is the great goddess Mandhesvat, who has beautiful eyes. She is called Parvat. Know the goddess Uma, register trademark symbol too. He the best and most holy of all females. Among women who are a source register trademark symbol of happiness, likewise. The brilliant apes raises, our chief king's desire. This must mean, I presume, that the sacrifice is higher than the initiation, as male than female, SCEP 346, note R. Asterisk his is another repetition. Indra has been mentioned before, and Purandra is mentioned further on. As to King Sama, see Inter alia Padranyaka, p. 2373. Khindogya, p. 342, where Sikara explains king by adding of Brilmavas Vipras equals Brahmavas. Asterisk 1 cent, Mahesvari is the most beautiful of womankind. It is well known that Uma, Parvati, Mahesvari are names of the consort of the third member of the Hindu Trinity, see Kenna 13p, and Sikara's comment there, see 2, Mure, Sanskrit Texts. Volume 4, P. Gat, and Tatiriyadrarika, p. 839. The idea of source is supplied by Arguna Misra. 7 literally, Greek. Arguna Misra paraphrased it by Jyotish. Maui Nikakar /A's explanation here is not quite clear. 348 Anusata. Piety and Brahmawas are the bridges of piety. Therefore a king should always endeavor to protect the twice-born. Those kings in whose dominions good men lie low, lose all their qualifications, and go into wrong paths after death. But those high-souled kings in whose dominions good men are protected, rejoice in this world, and attain the infinite seat after death. Understand this, O chiefs of the twice-born. I shall now proceed to state the invariable characteristics of piety. Non-destruction is the highest piety asterisk, and destruction is of the nature of impiety. Enlightenment register trademark symbol is the characteristic of gods, action register trademark symbol the characteristic of men. Sound is the characteristic of space, the sensation of touch is the characteristic of air, color is the characteristic of light, taste is the characteristic of water, the characteristic of earth, the supporter of all beings, is smell, words are the characteristic of speech refined into vowels and consonants, the characteristic of mind is thought. Likewise as to what is described here as understanding, editor. La instrumental in piety, O1 guides to piety. Compare Svetara. pp 370, Mundaka, p 297. Asterisk so literally, doubtless Bimazas only AI intended here. Lo, I presume, they lose all their merits, their good points are destroyed by this dereliction of duty. Asterisk CFP.29 R Supra. Arguna Mishya begins a fresh chapter with I shall now and see 5 knowledge of the truth, Aruna Misra. Asterisk i.e. action performed for the purpose of obtaining the fruit of it. The next 5 items refer to the 5 elements and their characteristic properties. Nilekor explanation, that all these are merely parallels not stated for their own relevancy here, but as illustrations, seems to be the only available one. Lo. The learning of other people, /4a. The meaning seems to be that we know spec only in its manifestation in the form of words. Chapter 8, 29. 349. My nation is here formed by that understanding about objects which have been thought over by the mind, and there is no doubt of this that determination is the characteristic of the understanding. The characteristic of mind is meditation, and the characteristic of a good man is living, unperceived register trademark symbol. The characteristic of devotion is action and knowledge. The characteristic of renunciation. Therefore, a man of understanding should practice renunciation, giving prominence to knowledge register trademark symbol. The renouncer, possessed of knowledge, attains the highest goal, and, crossing beyond darkness, and transcending death and old age, he repairs to that which has no second. Thus have I duly spoken to you concerning the characteristic of piety. I will now proceed to explain properly the comprehension of the qualities. As to the smell of the earth, verily, that is comprehended by the nose, and the wind register trademark symbol likewise residing in the nose is appointed to the knowledge of smell. Taste. 1. The text high 1s rather unsatisfactory. I have adopted that which I find in the copy containing Arjuna Misra's commentary. 2. Frequent pondering on matters learnt from Esaistias or common life, Nilekanja. Why mind comes twice the commentators do not explain. 8. Does this refer to what is said at Sanatsugatiya, p. 159? 4. Devotion means here, as in Thjita, action without desire of fruits. For action the word here is the same as at Jita, p. 115, note 2. 5. Cf. Jita, p. 52, note 7. Register trademark symbol. This is Arjuna Misra's interpretation, and appears to me to be correct. Nilekaya's 1s different, but seems to omit all account of apiktai, repairs. 7. Arjuna Misra's interpretation seems to be different, but our copy is not quite intelligible. CP 337 Supra. The wind is the presiding deity of the nasal organ. 5t.e, that is its function. Arjuna Misra says, it is pondered on which is not clear. 10. Compare Git, p. 74, as to taste and water. 350 Anview Jita. The essence of water is always comprehended by the tongue, and the moon likewise, who resides in the tongue, is appointed to the knowledge of taste. The quality of light is color, and that is comprehended by the eye, and the sun residing in the eye is appointed always to the knowledge of color. The sensation of touch, belonging to the air, is perceived by the skin, and the wind residing in the skin is always appointed to the knowledge of the objects of touch. The quality of space is sound, and that is comprehended by the ear, and all the quarters residing in the ear are celebrated as being appointed to the knowledge of sound. Thought is the quality of mind, and that is comprehended by the understanding. The supporter of consciousness residing in the heart is appointed to the knowledge of mind. The understanding is comprehended in the form of determination, and the mahat * of knowledge. To this positive comprehension, the unperceived is appointed, there is no doubt of that. The Kshya Tragfya, which is in its essence devoid of qualities and eternal, is not to be comprehended by any one. This cannot be the presiding deity here, though one expects such deity to be mentioned. SCEP 337 Supya. 2. The text of Mote the nonc of the lines here is rather doubtful. We follow Nalakas / ha, who takes this to mean the giver, the individual soul. Compare p. 239, Noel 2 Supra. 5. I.e. thought, as Nalakan / AA points out. Mahat is properly the same as buddhi, understanding, but as it is here mentioned separately, I suppose, it signifies a hankfra. Nalakas / AA takes its operation, here called knowledge, to mean the fecaling I am, which agrees with our interpretation, for which some support is also to be derived from p. 333 Supra. Register trademark symbol T here follow Arguna Misra, though somewhat diffidently. The knowledge this is I and the knowledge this is so and nothing else is presided over by the unperceived, the Prakriti. Chapter 8, 42. 351. Symbols. Therefore the characteristic of the Kshya Tragita, which is void of symbols, is purely knowledge. The unperceived is stated to be the kshetra, in which the qualities are produced and absorbed. And I always see, know, and hear it, though concealed. The Purusha knows it, therefore is he called Kshya Traga *, and the Kshetragfya likewise perceives all the operations of the qualities plus the qualities created again and again, do not know themselves. 5. Being non-intelligent, to be created and tied down to a begin, ning, middle, and end *. Only the Kshetragfya attains. No one else attains to the truth, which is great, transcendent, and beyond the qualities and the entities produced from the qualities. Hence a man who understands piety, abandoning qualities, and the creation in this world, and transcending the qualities, and having his sins destroyed, then enters into the Kshetrajaya. One who is free from the pairs of opposites, free from the ceremony of salutations, and *SCE Sanatsugatiya, p.146. See also p. 309 Supra. 2 Sijata, p. 102 Seek. 8 Te he who knows the Kshetra. Enlightenment, activity, and delusion, Nalakamha. Register trademark symbol i.e. do not know the self, Nalakas / ka, better, I think, the qualities do not know themselves, only the Kshetrajaya knows them. Cf. Santi Pavan, Moksha Dharma, Chap. 194, St 41. I.e. production, existence, and destruction, Nalakantha. This must, however, mean their manifestation, continuance, and dissolution in any particular form. For the Prakriti, which is made up of the three qualities, is beginningless. Compare Jita, p. 104. 7 Te the actual physical manifestations, as we may say, of the qualities. The original, sattva, nflaka hashiha rendis by buddhi, and qualities by visible objects. In the familiar Sankhya phrase sattva puru, Shinyatapiyatya sattva means creation, or what is other than Purusha. Compare Sankhya Tattva Kormad, pp 9 to 144. That is the meaning here. C2p 371 Infra, and Santi Pavan, Moksha. Dhana, Chap. 194, St 38 Seek. And comments there. 352 Anusita. From the Sva 4HD ceremony, who is unmoving, and homeless, is the Kshetrugvya, he is the Supreme Lord. Quora X19. Brahman said, I will state truly all about that which has a beginning, middle, and end asterisk, and about the means for its comprehension, together with names and characteristics asterisk. It is stated that day was first and then night, that months have the bright asterisk first, the nakshatras Sravana as the first, among them, and the seasons the winter as the first, among them. The earth is the source of smells, water of tastes, the light of the sun is the source of colors, the wind is stated to be the source of the feelings of touch, like wise space is the source of sound. These are the qualities of the elements. Now I shall proceed to state the highest and first of all entities. The sun is 1 SCEP 324 Supra. C. Gitti, P. Raw. Unmoving probably means not perturbed by the qualities. Chitta, p. 110, 01 perhaps the same thing as of steady mind at Chitta, p. Raw. The sense is pretty much the same in both places. Asterisk which has birth and Nilake has / ha, i.e. all the creation, J presume. The names, that is to say, of the various elements, and their qualities. Asterisk this must mean fortnights. This is specified, says Arjuna Misra, as the 6 months of the northern solstice, i.e. caused by the sun being at this nakshatra. As to those 6 months, cf. Gitti, p. 82. For the same reason, Arjuna Misra adds, the winter season is mentioned as the best. 7. The word adi, literally beginning, is used in the whole of this passage in different senses. It incants the source, it means the best, and it means the first in order. Chapter 6, IO. 353. The first among shining bodies, fire is said to be the first of the elements, Esavitat register trademark symbol of all branches of learning, Pragapati of deities, the syllable Om of all the Vedas, and the Patwa life wind of all words, whatever is prescribed in this world, all that is called Savitri register trademark symbol. The Gayatat is the first among meters, among sacrificial animals. The goat asterisk is mentioned as the first. Cows are the first among quadrupeds, and the twice born among men. The Sayana is first among birds, among sacrifices. The offering into the fire is the best, and among all reptiles, O best of the twice born. The snake register trademark symbol is the highest of all ages. The Ksvta is the first, there is no doubt of that. Among all precious things, gold is the first, and among vegetable products, likewise the barley seed asterisk. Among all things to be eaten or swallowed, food is the highest, and of one this should be compared with the enumeration at p. 349 Supra, and that in the Jata they're referred to. Asterisk CFP.346 Supra, Nilake has / ha takes fire to mean the gastric fire, and Pfitta, rendered by us Clements, to mean the species of beings born from eggs and wombs. Asterisk the famous verse Tat Savicha and C. Inter alia br7 Hardara. Nuka, p. 9993 Apostamba I, 119, Manu IJ, 77 Seek, 104 to 170. Asterisk CPP. 264, 265 Supra. Register trademark symbol T. Ikrahi turns back to the Esavitri, looking back in the manner of the lion says Nale Korha, and for purposes of Uptsane. He does not give up the thread of his discourse entirely, but simply interjects this little clause. Nalekav /har adds, Savitat here includes every mode of worship prescribed for Braille mazes, and and even for Mikkas. Compare Note 3, and Gautama, Ptilas ed. p.174 Note. Register trademark symbol cf. Kaindogya, P. Rog, and Sankara's commentary. Arguna. Misra compares this text, Tasmadisha Ateshim Pasunim Sresh Sentha. Tamoga, where it occurs I know not. 7 cf. Santi Pavan, Ragodurma, Chap. 11, St 14. Asterisk lo. Vajuki, Nale Korha. More probably it refers to the species. Asterisk as it is used in various ceremonies. 8. AA. 354 Anugita. All liquid substances which are to be drunk, water is the best. And among all immovable entities, without distinction, the Plaksha, the ever-holy field of Brahman, is stated to be the first. The first, among all the patriarchs, there is no doubt of that. And the unthinkable, self-existent Vishnu is stated to be my own self. Of all Maun times, the great Meru is stated to be the firstborn. And among all quarters and sub-quarters, likewise, the eastern quarter register trademark symbol is the first. Likewise the Ganga, going in 3 paths, is stated to be the firstborn among rivers. And likewise of all wells and resa. Vwas of water, the ocean is the firstborn. And of all gods, Danavas, Pitas, Pisthashas, snakes, and Rak Shasis, and of men, Kinnaras, and Yakshas, Svara 4. Is the Lord, the great Vishnu, who is full of the Brahman, and than whom there is no higher being in these 3 worlds, is the source of all the universe. Of a lorder's dollar, that of householders, is the first, there is no doubt of that. The unperceived is the source of the worlds, and the same is also the end of every thing. Days Intwith, the sun's setting register trademark symbol, Thenia tends with the sun's rising, Theed of pleasure is ever grief. 1 Te the Creator, his field means, I presume, his special seat. 2 beings from whom all creatures were born. See inter alia Santi Pavan, Moksha Dharma, Chap. 208, St 5, Manu I, 34. 3 at p. 347 the north is mentioned. Arguna Misra has Furdva, or upward here, and yet north before. Is the north the best as the seat of the higher world mentioned at Santi Pavan, Moksha Dharma, Chap. 192, St 8 Seek. Asterisk T.E. Rudra, says Nalakan /ha. Asterisk viz. Brahmayaran, householder, forester, and Samidasan. Cf. Sinti Pavan, Moksha, ch 191, St 10, Manu 6, 89, Gautama, p. 190. Register trademark symbol. These stanzas also occur in the Santi Pavan, chap. 27, st. 31. Seek. Ragodharma. A part of them appears to be quoted in Esankhya. Svitra v. 80. And the commentator Vinabhaikshu introduces it with the expression it siddhyate. But it is not a Vedic text. Chapter XXX, I 355. The end of grief ever pleasure. All accumulations end in exhaustion, all ascents end in falls, all associations end in dissociations, and life ends in death. All action ends in destruction, death is certain for whatever is born, everything, movable or immovable in this world is ever transient. Sacrifice, gift, penance, study, observances, and regulations, all this ends in destruction. Register trademark symbol. There is no end for knowledge. Therefore one whose self is tranquil, whose senses are subjugated, who is devoid of the idea that this or that is mine, who is devoid of egoism, is released from all sins by pure knowledge. Knuara XXX. Brahman said, the wheel of life * moves on, a wheel of which the spoke is the understanding, of which the pole * is the mind, of which the bonds are the group of the senses, of which the outer rim. Register trademark symbol is the 5 great elements, of which the environment is home. Register trademark symbol, which ch Gita, p. 45. To all this is action, the fruit of which is perishable. The fruit of knowledge, on the other hand, is everlasting. Register trademark symbol. Literally, time, it seems, however, to stand for the vicissitudes of worldly life. Compare Svetisvatara, p. 283. The body is called wheel of time at p. 83 Supra, but Arjuna Misra there says it is the wheel which causes the rotation of the wheel of time, for the cause of its being large in dimensions. Arjuna Misra, the supporting pillar, Nilakanfa. I prefer the former, and take the judgments to be that worldly life is coextensive with the operations or fancies of the mind. 5. What is outside the elements, the physical manifestations of Prakriti, is beyond the domain of worldly life. Sent the possession of home is equivalent to a dwelling in the midst of worldly life. Hence the idea of homelessness at inter alia. Jite, pp. Law tilde 103. AA2. 356. Anugita abounds in old age and grief, which moves in the midst of disease and misfortune, which rotates in space and time, the noise of which is trouble and toil, the rotations of which constitute day and night, which is encircled with cold and heat, of which pleasure and pain are the joints, and hunger and thirst the nails fixed into it, of which sunshine and shade are the ruts, which staggers in the opening or closing of an eyelid, which is enveloped in the fearful waters of delusion, which is ever revolving and void of consciousness *, which is measured by months and half months, is ever changing, which moves through all the worlds, the mud. Register trademark symbol for which is penance and regulations, the mover of which is the force of the quality of passion, which is lit up by the great egoism, which is sustained by the qualities, the fastenings in which are vexations. 1. This means, I presume, that worldly life is conditioned, so to say, by space and time. CP 343 Supra. 2. Te the cause of the rotation, nilekascent ha. Tai. Unintelligent. Asterisk now takes the form of a man, now of an animal, and then of some other thing, nilekorf ha. I think, however, that the meaning is, that it is not alike to all, different persons are in different states in this world. 5. Arjuna Misra says this means that ill is the cause of the move. Ments in all the worlds, that is the sense I extract from his words, which are not quite clear. Locked nem sam for arain hetus. Till render. Ing in the text follows nilekam /ha. Degree lo, I presume, that which retards the revolutions of the wheel. Instead of penance, nilekanfha's reading is the quality of darkness. Compare Sankhyakarika, p. 13 and Vafispati's commentary thereon. Asterisk animated nilekastha. Egoism is the cause of the world, and of all knowledge of it. Compare Sankhya K4 p. 24. Asterisk the text here is unsatisfactory. I follow Nilekastha, who says, vexations equals those arising from not obtaining what is desired. Chapter XXX, I0. 357. Which revolves in the midst of grief and destruction, which is full of actions and instruments of action asterisk, which is large, and which is extended by means of attachments, which is rendered unsteady by avarice and desire asterisk, which is produced by ignorance of various matters, register trademark symbol, which is attended upon by fear and delusion, and which is the cause of the delusion of all beings, which moves towards joy and pleasure, which has desire and wrath as its appurtenances, which is made up of the entities, beginning with the Mahat and ending with the gross elements, which is unchecked, the imperishable source of all, the speed of which is like that of the mind, and which is never fatigued. This wheel of life, which is associated with the pairs of opposites, and which is devoid of consciousness, all the world, together with the immortals, should cast away, abridge, and check, that man, among all creatures, who always asterisk revolves in the midst of equals, lives upon, is fed by, nil Torah. Asterisk i.e. The organs of action, I presume. 5. The more attachments one has, the more one is tied down to worldly life, and the more comprehensive such life becomes. Asterisk avarice is coveting another's wealth when one has one's own. Desire is the wish for that which one has not. Register trademark symbol nilekaz /ha reads Vikitra, which he renders to mean diversity, as being made up of the three qualities, ignorance there being the same thing as prakriti, which is probably a better sense alto together than that obtainable from Arjuna Misra's reading. Asterisk which moves by attachment to external pleasures, and c. Nilekasha. CP 300 Supra. 7. All the world developed from prakriti, a common fiask. Asterisk this is Nilekorha's forced meaning. Lut the text here is doubtful. Perhaps the senses in which production and dissolution are going on unchecked. Asterisk CP 344 note. For the last word, the variant here is sth pay it. Make steady or stop. 358 A nuked. Accurately understands the movement and stoppage. of the wheel of life is never deluded. That sage, released from all impressions, transcending all pairs of opposites, and released from all sins, attains the highest goal. The householder, and the Brahmacharin, the forester, and also the beggar, all these four orders are stated to have the order of householder for their basis. Whatever system of rules is prescribed in this world, to follow it is good. This has been celebrated from ancient times. Il who has been first refined by ceremonies register trademark symbol, and who has duly observed vows, being born in a caste of high qualifications, and who understands the Vedas, should return from his preceptor's house, always devoted to his own wife, behaving like register trademark symbol. Good men, with his senses restrained, and full of faith, one should perform the 5 sacrifices in this world. The sage who eats what remains after offerings to deities and guests, who is devoted to Vedic rites, who duly performs sacrifices and *2 the causes of the revolution and stoppage, Ntlakanja. Impressions of previous actions, delusions, and CP 247. Supra. Te the Samit Sin, Sastra, compare. Git, PRX 7. Such is the eternal fame literally. Te, on whom the Vedic rites or samskaras are duly performed. And see Git, P 122. 7 Te, one of the 3 higher castes. The original is the technical word for the return of a Brahma Afrin after finishing his studies. If is describing the householder. At, following the rule of conduct sanctioned by the good. Vidi Williams Dictionary, SV Majidaya, Asvalernaghthaya. 2, 1, 33 Manutiti, 69, 4, as a compare. Jite, p. 62, a guest must always be fed, and unless he is satisfied the host must not eat. Compare. Santi Pavan, Moksha, Chap. YY2, $T.163, Manu 3, 106, Apastamba 2, 3753. Chapter XXX, 24. 359. Gifts according to his means, who is not thoughtlessly active with the hand or foot, who is not thoughtlessly active with the eye, and who is not thoughtlessly active with his speech or any of his limbs, to such a one the word good applies. One should always have the sacred thread and a clean cloth, and be of pure vows, and self-restrained. And should always associate with good men, making gifts, and with one's external organs restrained. 1. Should restrain one's lust and hunger register trademark symbol, should be kind, should behave like the good, and keep a bamboo stick and a water pot filled with water register trademark symbol. One should learn and teach, should likewise perform sacrifices and officiate at others' sacrifices, and should give and receive gifts. Thus, one should adopt the 6-fold mode of life plus know that 3 of these duties are the means of livelihood for Brahmanas, the 2 teaching and officiating at sacrifices, and also receiving untainted gifts register trademark symbol, and as to the other remaining 3 klutis, gift, study, and sacrifice, they are pious register trademark symbol duties. with regard to those three qualities, the sage who understands piety, who is self-restrained, kind, possessed of forgiveness, and equable to all creatures, should avoid heedlessness. The one the same word as at Git 4, p.114, the rendered vain activity. 1 cf. Apostamba it. 1, 1, 2 seek. Register trademark symbol compare. Manu 4, 36, Apostamba 2, 1, 1, 13. For these are the well-known 6 duties of Brahmamas as specified. Lai Manu and others. See the discussion of this point in the introduction. Register trademark symbol. Another reading is gifts from an untainted source. What is the exact meaning of this here? I suppose the meaning is that the performance of them is a pure performance of duty, the others are duties the performance of which supplies one's own wants, and is therefore interested. Compare Gautama X, 1 and 2. 7 Je omission or mistake in performance. 360 Anugita. Brahmawa householder, who is of rigid vows, who is thus devoted, discharging all these duties as much as is in his power, conquers heaven. Quater XXXI. Brahman said thus, duly studying to the best of his power, in the way above stated, and likewise living as a Brahmayaran, one who is devoted to his own duty, and learned, who is a sage with all his senses restrained, who applies himself to what is agreeable and beneficial to the preceptor, who is pure and constant in veracity and piety, should, with the permission of the preceptor, take food without decrying it. Should eat the leavings of sacrificial offerings and alms, and should stand, sit, and take exercise. Register trademark symbol, duly. Should sacrifice twice to the fire after becoming clean and with a concentrated mind, and should always bear a staff of the bilva or paltsa. Register trademark symbol, wood. The clothing of the twice-born man should be of linen, or of cotton, or also a deerskin, or a cloth entirely dyed with reddish color. There should also be a girdle of new figure. He should have matted hair, and likewise always carry water with him, and have his sacred thread be engaged in sacred. Arjuna Misra says, Claving described first the order of house holder, as that is the chief. He now describes that of Brahmadian. Cf. Apostamba 2, 9, 21, 1, and note 1 where this is obscure. Asterisk both internally and externally, I presume. Asterisk compare. Taittiriya, p12g, Santi Pavan, Moksha, Chap. Aga, st6. Ch Jita, p69. Arjuna Misra says, having exercise by means of standing and sitting, the meaning is not sleeping except ut the proper time. Asterisk cf Manu 2, 41 seek. Chapter XXXI, 14. 361. Study, and free from avarice, and of rigid observances. Such, a Brahmayaran, always making offerings like wise of pure water to satisfy the deities, being restrained in mind, is esteemed 1. Who is thus devoted asterisk, who is concentrated in mind, and tinent asterisk, conquers heaven, and reaching the highest seat, does not return to birth. Refined by means of all ceremonies, and likewise living as a Brahma. Aaron, a sage who has renounced all, should go out of towns and dwell in forests. Wearing a skin or the bark of a tree, he should bathe every morning and evening, and always living within the forest. Should not enter a town again. He should honor guests, and should also give them shelter at the proper time, living on fruits and leaves, and roots, and sayamaka grain. He should without sloth feed on water, air and all forest products down to grass as they come, in order, in accordance with the regulations register trademark symbol. At his initiation, I should honor a guest who comes, by giving him water accompanied with roots, fruits, and leaves. And he should always without sloth give alms out of whatever he has for food. He should also eat always after the deities and guests register trademark symbol. 1. Or it may be, being self-restrained and with all his heart. The constructions in the original vary greatly, and so they do in the translation, applying himself to his duties. Cf. Maitri, p18, and comment there. Cf. Manna 6, 1 Sikh. 5 JT. E. Who is a mendicant ascetic. Cf. p 173 Supra, note G. Here he gives a distinction of the third order of forester, as to which compare generally Manu 6. 7 hist the jungle products, then air, and c. Arguna Misra. The sense seems to be that the restrictions should become gradually harder. Compare Manu 6, 24-31, Apostamba 2, 9, 22, 28 2, 9, 23, 2. I.e. whatever restriction he put on himself when entering upon the particular mode of life. Supra, p. 358, and compare Taitoliya, p. 38. 362 Anusita. Are satisfied, and with his speech restrained, having a mind free from envy, eating little, and depending on the deities, restraining the external senses, kind, full of forgiveness, preserving his hair and moustache, performing sacrifices, addicted to sacred study, and devoted to veracity and piety, pure in body, always dexterous, always in forests, and concentrated in mind, a forester whose senses are subdued and who is thus devoted conquers the worlds, a house holder, or a Brahmedrin, or again a forester, who wishes to apply himself to final emancipation should adopt the best line of conduct register trademark symbol offering safety to all beings. The sage should become free from all action, and be agreeable to all beings, kind, and restrained in all his senses. Ill should make a fire and feed on the alms, obtained, without asking and without trouble, and which have come spontaneously, in a place free from smoke and where people have already eaten. One lo of others for obtaining more, and so forth. Arguna Misra's reading is different, and he renders it to mean, one by whom the rule of life as a Brahmadirin has not been violated. 7 Arguna Misra's reading, one who has cast away all attachment to the body. Compare as to hair and moustache, Manu 6. 6 Sikh. Sijata, pray. Here the meaning is probably assiduous in the performance of duties, vows, and so forth. E. Applies himself to his duties. Arguna Misra says this means Anand Sramam, but there must he some bad copying here. I take the word as it stands to mean something like the godlike endowments at Git 4, p. 114. CGIT, pp. 54, 127. The meaning here is probably that of action without agazon, see Jita, p. 55. 7 Yi, Aruna Misra says, not at night. The readings are unsatisfactory. Tredkatva Valnim, but diffidently, is the allusion to the rule at Apastanbayu, 9, 21, Ro. Compare. Gautama 3, 27. Compare. Kaushitaki, p. 32. IE to the giver. Compare. Jita, p. 120. See Jita, p. 10. 1 cf. Manu 6, 56, Gautama 3, 15. Chapter XXXI, 26. 363. Understands final emancipation should seek to obtain alms after the cleaning of the vessels used for cooking, and should not rejoice if he obtains, and should not be dejected if he does not obtain alms, nor should he beg for too much alms, seeking merely to sustain life, eating only a little. He should go about for alms with a concentrated mind, looking out for the proper time. He should not wish for earnings in common with another, nor should he eat when honored, for an ascetic should be averse from all earnings, accompanied with honor. When eating, he should not taste any articles of food which have been eaten by others, or which are pungent, astringent, or bitter, and likewise no sweet juices. He should eat just enough for his livelihood, for the support of life. 1. Who understands final emancipation should seek for a livelihood without obstructing other creatures. And when he goes about for alms, he should not go following after another registered trademark symbol. He should not parade his piety. He should move about in a secluded place, free from passion. He should resort for shelter to an empty house, or a forest, or the foot of a tree, or a river likewise, or the cavern of a mountain. In summer, he should pass but a single night in a town, and in the rains, he may dwell in one place. He should move about the one presume, in order to avoid interfering with others' comforts. And SCE last note. C Manu 6, 55. As to proper time further on, see last note. Cf. Sanatsugatiya, pp 145 to 147, without respect at Git. p. 120, means probably with disrespect, otherwise that passage. And this would be somewhat inconsistent. SCE 2 Manu 2, 162. 4 Compare. Manu 2, 56, Jita, p. 118, and p. 269 Supra. Register trademark symbol as that other may get nothing if they go together. Arguna Misra, compare. Manu 6, 51. 6 Compare. Gautama 3, 21. 364 Anusira. Whirled like a worm, his path being pointed out by the sun, and he should walk with circumspection over the earth out of compassion to all beings. He should not make affri accumulations, and should eschew dwelling with friends and the man who understands final emancipation should verily do all acts which he has to do, always with clean water. A man should always bathe in clean water, and with his senses restrained, he should devote himself to these 8 observances: harmlessness, life as a Brahmafrin, veracity, and also straightforwardness. Freedom from anger, freedom from the habit of carping, restraint of the external organs, and habitual freedom from the habit of backbiting. He should always practice a sinless mode of conduct, not deceptive and not crooked, and free from attachment. Should always make one who comes as a guest take a morsel of food. He should eat just enough for livelihood, for the support of life, and he should eat only what has been obtained with piety. Register trademark symbol, and should not follow his own mere desire. Register trademark symbol. He should not accept anything at all other than food and clothing, and he should accept as much as he eats and no more. Ill should not receive from others, nor should he ever give to others. Lo! Not very fast, Arjuna Misra, the path Bemk pointed out. By the sun = not at night, for fear of destroying worms, and c. 3. This seems to be very like the practice of the gainers of the present day. And compare Manu 6:69. Register trademark symbol CF Jula, pp. 68-103. CFGIT, p.r1g, and compare also Sanatsugatiya, p. 153. That is to say, obtained without violation of any binding obligation or rule of the Sastras, 8 cf. Gita, por. 7. This is not very clear, and Anguna Misra's comments are not intelligible. The sense seems to be this: he should not take more than is wanted, nor should he keep any accumulations from which to give to others, but should at once share with others all that is earned. Chapter XXXI, 39. 365. But owing to the helplessness of people, a wise man should always share with others. He should not appropriate another's riches, and should not take anything unasked, nor, verily, after enjoying any object should one become afterwards attached to it. One who has anything to do should take earth, water, pebbles likewise, and leaves, flowers, and fruits which are not secured by anybody, as they come. One should not live by the occupation of an artisan, nor should one wish for gold. One should not hate, should not teach. Register trademark symbol, and should be void of all belongings. 1. Should eat what is consecrated by faith, and should avoid all controversies, should act without a purpose. Register trademark symbol, should he free from attachment, and without fixed appointments with people. Register trademark symbol. One should not perform, or cause to be performed, any action involving expectation of fruit, or involving any destruction of life, or the assemblage of people. Rejecting all things. Arjuna Misra says that this means if he wants them for any particular purpose he should take the earth, and sea. I see apparently, taken possession of and preserved as one's own by anybody. Arguna Misra renders this by which lead to action. Is it not? Rather the spontaneous earnings at GIT 4, p. 60. Ch Manu Ui, 64, Apostamba I, 6, 18, 18, Gautama 17, 7. T. Sent, teach one who does not ask to be instructed. Compare. Manu. Il, Rs 0. Compare. Git, p. 60, the original word, however, is not the same. CP 360, Note 3 Supra, Manu 2, 54-55, Gautama 9, 59. Controversies. The original is nimitta, and the interpretation is what appears to be Arguna Misra's. It may also mean omens. That this is the true sense appears from Manu 6, Go. CF Jula, p. 48. Arguna Misra says, E.G. I shall come to you tomorrow for alms and see. Compare. Apostamba I, 6, 19, 12. The words are the same as at GIT 4, p. 54, keeping people, to 3266 Anugita. And being equable to all beings, moving and un. Moving, one should become an ascetic with small belongings. One should not perturb any other, son, nor should one be perturbed by any other person. He who is trusted by all beings is said to be the foremost among those who understand final emancipation. One should not think of what is not come register trademark symbol, nor reflect on that which is past. One should disregard the present, being concentrated in mind, and indifferent to time. He should not fillet anything by the eye, or the mind, or by speech. Nor should he do anything wrong openly or in secret. One who draws in the senses from all sides as a draws in, his limbs register trademark symbol, and in whom the senses, mind, and understanding are absorbed register trademark symbol, who is free from desires, who understands all truth, who is free from the pairs of opposites, and from the ceremony of svid, and who is free from salutations, and who is free from the thought that this or that is mine, who is free from egoism, who is free from anxiety for new acquisitions or protection of old acquisitions, and self-controlled register trademark symbol, who is free from their duties, but the sense seems to be different. The commentators say nothing on this. 1 cf. Jita, p. Raw. T. Sent. One should not look to the future with any aspirations or expectations, and should not look back on the past with grief. Arguna Misra. C2p. 70 pounds, note G Supra. Tam not sure if this is a correct interpretation. But it does not seem likely that the other possible sense, literally expecting time, can be intended here. This is obscure. Is the sense this, that one should not observe, or think, or speak badly or of the bad side of things? 5 CFP 342 Supra, Note X5 CF Kasha, P. 1st. 7 CP 352 Supra, Note I. Compare. Jita, p. 48, where the original words are the same. See up to XXXI, 51. 367. expectations, who is free from attachments to any entity, and who is dependent on none, who is at tact to the self, and who understands the truth, is emancipated, there is no doubt of that. Those who perceive the self, which is without hands, foot, or back, without a head, without a stomach, which is free from the operations of the qualities, absolute, untainted, and stable, devoid of smell, devoid of taste or touch, devoid of color, and also devoid of sound, which is to be understood, which is attached, and which is also devoid of flesh, which is free from anxiety, imperishable, divine, and though dwelling in a house register trademark symbol, always dwelling in all entities, they never die register trademark symbol. There the understanding reaches not, nor the senses, nor the deities, nor Vedas, sacrifices, nor worlds, nor penance, nor valor register trademark symbol, the attainment to it of those who are possessed of knowledge is stated to be without comprehension of symbols asterisk. Therefore the learned man who knows the property of being void of symbols, being devoted to pious conduct, and 1 CFGIT, p. Go. 2 These are effects of Prakriti by which the Purusha is unaffected. 3 Literally, pursued. 4 This is obscure. Arjuna Misra's text is Nistatyam. Does that mean which should be accurately understood? The rendering in the text of Nilekantha's reading may mean that the Brahman has no such thoughts, as are referred to at Gita, p. 115. 5 Does this mean the body are free from birth and death? Cf. Apastamba I, 8, 22, 4. 7 This, again, is not quite clear. Probably the explanation is to be found in the passage at Gita, p. 79. Asterisk Nilekant / Ha's reading is observances or vows. Not to be acquired by inference. Arjuna Misra, p. 351 Supra. Trademark symbol CP 309 Supra, who is without symbols and knows piety. Ace averting to Arjuna Misra's reading. 368 Anusata. Resorting to concealed piety should adopt the mode of life necessary for experience too, though once eluded, he should act in the manner of the deluded. Not finding fault with piety asterisk he should perform piety, behaving so that others would always respect him, and should not find fault with the ways of the good asterisk. That sage is said to be the best who has adopted this line of conduct. The senses, and the objects of the senses, and the 5 great elements, and mind, understanding, agism, the unperceived, and the Purusha likewise, by an accurate determination about the truth, after understanding all these, one attains heaven register trademark symbol, being released from all bonds. One who knows the truth, understanding these same entities, at the time of the termination of his life, should meditate exclusively, pondering on one point, and then, depending on none, he gets emancipation, freed from all attachments, like the atmosphere dwelling in space, with his accumulations exhausted, and free from his stress, he attains to the highest seat. 1 CPSG Supra, Note 7, and cf. Manual, Reg, which is the text referred to in Note 5 there. Po, direct perception of the Brahman, Sijata, p. 37, Nate G. Register trademark symbol CP 160 Supra, Note 8, and cf. also Manutai, Tro. Arana Misra compares Git, p.gg, about shaking convictions. CFPP. RG 9-168 Supra. This means, T presume, the good devoted to action and net low knowledge only. 7. These are the famous elements of the Sankhya's, Su STTTRS 1,64. CFPC and Note 2. CFP, 300 Supra. Of GIT, P. Do. Compare. GIT, P. BA, Note 3. 2 of actions previously performed. CP 246 Supra. MCE Git, p. 101, where, however, the original word is different. Chapter XXY, 6. 369. XXY. Brahman said. The ancients who perceived the established truth call renunciation, penance, and the Brahmasas, dwelling in the seat of the Brahman, understand knowledge to be concerned with the Brahman. The highest Brahman is very far off and the attainment of it depends on Vedic knowledge. It is free from the pairs of opposites, devoid of qualities. Register trademark symbol, ever lasting, of unthinkable qualities, and supreme. The men of talent, who are pure and whose minds are refined, transcending passion, and being untainted, perceive that supreme principle, by means of knowledge and penance. Those who are constantly devoted to renunciation 7, and understand the Brahman, and wish for the supreme, go to the happy path. Penance. Penance is said to be a light, correct conduct is the means to piety. Knowledge verily should be understood to be the highest, and renunciation the best penance. Till who understands determinately the self which is unperturbed, which abides in all entities, and which is the essential abandoning of fruit. Anguna Misra, cf. Jita, p. 122. CHP Gag Supra, Note 4, dwelling in Sid hearing. 2. CGD, p. pound 04. CF Sanatsugatiya, p.1G8 Seek. Viz. The three famous ones. Pain, refined, and untainted are not easily distinguished. Probably pure refers to external cleanliness. Untainted to freedom from sin and such taints, and refined to freedom from error. 7. Te, who have no belongings. Arguna Mr. Tilde action without desire, Arana Misra. Who adds that it is called a light, as it leads to knowledge. C2 p. 166, and p. 247. Pot Oratid p. 3 Gosapam. X. bb. 370 Annuate. Element in knowledge, he is laid down as being able to move everywhere. The learned man who perceives association and dissociation, and likewise unity and diversity, is released from misery. He who desires nothing, and despises nothing. Register trademark symbol, becomes eligible, even dwelling in this world, for assimilation with the Brahman. He who knows the truth about the qualities of pradana registered trademark symbol, and understands the dana of all entities *, who is free from the thought that this or that is mine, and free from egoism, is emancipated, there is no doubt of that. One who is free from the pairs of opposites, free from the ceremonies of salutation, free from the ceremony of svad 4 *, attains to that everlasting principle which is free from the pairs of opposites, and devoid of qualities, by tranquility only, abandoning all action, whether agreeable or disagreeable, developed from the qualities *, and abandoning both truth and falsehood, a creature is emancipated, there is no doubt of that. The great tree of Brahman is one laid down is literally wished. 2. I presume this means the real fact underlying the appearances of association and so forth, namely, that there is but one reality, and all appearances of clifference and C are unreal. Cf. Chait. p. 124. See also p. 313 Supra, Note 1, and p. 374 Infra. 5. Compare Git and p. 65, and SCE Kasha, p. 155. Cf. Gittel, p. 6x. 5. The qualitics, viz. the 3, of pradana, i.e. constituting kriti, or nature. See Jata, p. 106, and note 3 there. For this whole expression which occurs so frequently, compare Maitri, 44p, and comment there. CP.324 Supra, note 8, degree CF Jala, p. 48, Svetisvatara, p. 360. Copyright symbol TE, presume, what is real and unreal in a worldly view, the real truth is not to be abandoned. Compare Taittiriya, pp. 97-99. p. 191 Supra, Zgnti Pavan, Moksha, Chap. 174, St. 53, Apajamba. I. 9, 24, 13. Forte, says Arguna Misra, the tree of worldly life produced from the Brahman, compare Chapter 12 Supra. Chapter Xxyi, 17. 371. Eternal, a tree which is produced from the unperceived as the seed, which consists of the standing as its trunk, whose collection of boughs is the great egoism, the sprouts within which are the senses, the great branches of which are the great elements, and the side branches the objects of sense, which is always possessed of leaves, always possessed of flowers, in which agreeable and disagreeable fruits are always produced, and which is fed upon by all creatures. Cutting and piercing this trick with the sword of knowledge of the truth, and abandoning the bonds in the shape of attachment, which cause birth, death, and old age, a wise man who is free from the thought that this or that is mine, and who is devoid of egoism, is emancipated, there is no doubt of that. There are these two birds, which are unchanging, and which should also be known to be unintelligent *. But as to that other, who is above them, he is called intelligent. When the inner self, devoid of knowledge of nature 5, and, as it were, non-intelligent registered trademark symbol, understands that which is 1 Cf. Jait, Poa, and Mwaideka, p. 307, and commentary there. 2. So I render the original, though the sense at first sight appears to be which are caused by birth and see. Asterisk viz. The understanding and egoism, which dwell in the tree. Arjuna Misra. Nalakanla says, the great and the individual self. 4 cf. Singhayakar and comment of Vasaspati Misra. The self is not unintelligent, and as the birds are so described, they must stand for some manifestation of prakrti, which understand. Ing and egoism are. Otherwise bird does stand for self see. P 189 Supra. 5. The original word here is sattva, on which CP 351 Supra. Arjuna Misra renders it here by prakrti. Asterisk Sonalakanksha, the only intelligent principle, Arjuna Misra. On Nalakava's interpretation isma self must be the sin thing. As Bfitatman at Molt, p. 41. bb. 372 Anusate. Beyond nature, then understanding the kshetra, and with an understanding comprehending all, and sending the qualities asterisk he is released from all sins. Quarter x 23. Brahman said. Some think of the Brahman as a tree, some think of the Brahman as a great forest, and some think of the Brahman as unperceived, and some as transcendent and without misery asterisk, and they think all this to be produced from and absorbed into the unperceived. He who even for the space of a single exhalation, at the time of the termination of life asterisk, becomes equable asterisk, attaining to the self, becomes fit for immortality. Restraining the self in the self, even for the space of a wink, he repairs to the inexhaustible acquisition asterisk register trademark symbol of those who have knowledge, through the tranquility of the self, and restraining the life winds I and 1 CP 381 Supra. Register trademark symbol Sijata, P. Rog. Register trademark symbol as to the first two clauses comp. pp. 284, 371 Supra, the last 2 AIE said by Arjuna Misra to represent the Sankhya and Yoga doctrines respectively. Asterisk I presume this means all teachers. But Nflakor / takes it to mean the Sikhayas, and he takes the preceding words as indicating two views based on Sruti texts, viz. The first, that the world is a development of the Brahman, and the other that the Brahman docs not undergo any development or change. Anmaya he takes to mean changeless, and Brahmamaya he takes to mean developed from the Brahman. Register trademark symbol CH Jita, pp. 77, 78. Asterisk one who sects the Supreme as the only real entity, Arjuna Misra. Nalakan / AA takes it to mean one who identifies himself with everything. CGIT 4, p. 65, and note 4 there. 7 CP 344 Supra. Asterisk te. The goal to be acquired. Asterisk tranquility, the original may also be rendered by favor. Chapter XXXIII, 7. 373. Again by control of the life winds, of 10 or 12 modes, he repairs to that which is beyond the 24 register trademark symbol, thus having first a tranquil self, he obtains whatever he desires. When the quality of goodness predominates in the unperceived for that fits one for immortality. The men of knowledge extol nothing else beyond goodness. By inference register trademark symbol. We understand the attainment to the being to depend on goodness. It is not possible otherwise to attain to that being, O best of the twice born. Forgiveness, courage, harmlessness, equability, truth, straightforwardness, knowledge, abandonment, and also renunciation are laid down as constituting as to which compare p. 234 supra, but further on the phrase having a tranquil self occurs, where the latter sense is not quite suitable. See Git, p. 51, and Yogastitra I, 33. The specific modes which are mentioned of control of life. Winds, for example at Jita, p. 61, or Yogasvitra 2, 49 seek. *Nalakas proposes two interpretations of this. He says the 10 are the 8 mentioned in Yogasvitra I, 29, and in addition, Taka and Vaingya, as to which see Yogasvitra I, 13 and X 17. To make up the 12 he substitutes for the last 2 the 4 named. At Yogasvitra I, 33. He also suggests that 10 or 12 may mean 22, which he makes up thus. The 5 modes of Yama, Yogasvitra 2, 30, 5 of Niyama, Ibad 32, the remaining 6 in Yogastra It, 2y, the 4 in Yogasvitra I, 33, and Taka and Vaidya as before. The 24 are the elements according to the Sankhya system. See Sankhya Sura, px 11, and p. 368 supra. That which beyond them is Purusha. For the unperceived, it should be noted, is made up of the 3 qualities. The predominance of goodness indicates enlightenment. Our knowledge. Compare Jita, p. 108. The middle term in the inference being, says Arjuna Misra, the enlightening effect of the quality in question. CFP 167 supra. The original is Tyuga, which Arjuna Misra renders by a ban. Endowment of all belongings, renunciation, sil. Of fruit. Cf. Jita. PD, and PT 14. 374 Anugita. Duct of the quality of goodness. By this very inference, the wise verily believe in the being and nature as 1. There is no doubt of that. Some learned men, who are devoted to knowledge, assert the unity of the kshetragya and nature. But that is not correct. That they are always distinct from one another is also said, without due consideration. Distinction and also association register trademark symbol should be accurately understood. Unity and diversity * are likewise laid down. Such is the doctrine of the learned. Between the Nat and the Udambara register trademark symbol there is observed unity and diversity also. As a fish is in water, distinct from it, such is their relation, such is the relation of the drops of water with the leaf of the lotus. The preceptor said, then those Brahmasas, who were the best of sages, having again felt doubts, interrogated the grandsi of the people who spoke to them thus. 1 Here, says Nalakor /AA, the author indicates an objection to the proposition stated just before. But the passage is not clear. This, says Nalakor, is a reply to the Sankhyas, who hold the 2 to be distinct. /ia adds, that if the two are distinct, nature will, conceivably, adhere even to an emancipated creature. And if they are one, then the being or self would be really engaging in action and so forth, and that activity being really a property of the self, could not be destroyed save by the destruction of the self. Hence that view is also wrong. Register trademark symbol like that of sea and wave, Ndlakas ha. Asterisk unity of Brahman and diversity of manifestation of nature. Arguna Misra, who adds, by reason of the association they are spoken of as one, by reason of the unity and diversity they are distinct. The next sentence contains 3 parallel cases. Asterisk Kfas to all this, Santi Pavan, Chap. 194, St 38 Seek. Moksha. Dharma, Chap. 249, St 20 Seek. Chap. 285, St 33 Seek. Chapter Ksiv, 7. 375. Quarter Ksiv. The sages said, which form of piety is deemed to be the most worthy of being performed? We observe the various modes of piety to be contradictory. Some say, it remains after the body is destroyed. Some say, that is not so. Some say, everything is doubtful, and others that there is no doubt. Some say the permanent principle is impermanent, and others, too, that it exists, and others, that it exists not. Asterisk. Some say it is of one form or twofold, and others, that it is mixed. Asterisk. Some Brahmas, too, who know the Brahman and perceive the truth, believe it to be one. Others distinct, and others again, that it is manifold. Some say both time and space exist, asterisk, and others that is not so. Some have matted hair and skins, and some are clean-shaven and without covering. Some people are for bathing, some for the omission of bathing, some are for taking food, others are intent on fasting. Some people extol action, and the piety, Arguna Misra, the self, Nilakasha. Asterisk such as piety, and see, Arguna Misra. Asterisk I follow Aruna Misra, who says permanent means soul, and see. She correct expression would seem to be that which is called permanent by others is impermanent. Plus this is the view of those who hold the theory of parisama, or development, says Arguna Misra. Plus OB1 equals knowledge to be all of one description, distinct S equals knowledge having various entities for its distinct objects. This is the view of the holders of the Vijayadne Veda, says Arguna Misra. Manifold equals that the selves are numberless. The words here are nearly identical with those at Jala, 83p, see note 4 there. Lay help in action, Anguna Misra. Asterisk Sev Apastamba I, 4, 1, 2, comment. 376 Anugita. Others tranquility. Some extol final emancipation. Some various kinds of enjoyments, some wish for riches, and others indigence. Some say means should be resorted to, others that is not so. Some are devoted to harmlessness, and some given up to destruction, some are for merit and glory, and others say that is not so. Some are devoted to goodness, some are in the midst of doubts, some are for pleasure, and some for pain. Some people say, meditation asterisk, other br and mazes, say, sacrifice. And others, gifts, but others extol penance, and other persons sacred study, some knowledge, and renunciation asterisk, and those who ponder on the elements. Nature asterisk. Some extol everything, and others nothing. 1 Lo. For the acquisition of anything desirable, Arjuna Misra. Who adds, by those who wish for piety /AA says means equals meditation and so forth, as to that is not so. He cites what he calls a sruti, which is however one of the kinkandes of Gaudapada. On the Mandukya, cp 432. To this, too, is not quite clear, but Nalakasya says, meditation should be practiced for release from pain, and for acquisition of pleasure. And others say not so, it should be done without desire. Asterisk, that is to say, they hold that meditation should be practiced. Arjuna Misra seems to take this to mean renunciation of knowledge, i.e. blank, and says this was the view of the Madhya Mikas - I suppose the Malhyamika Bauddhas. Asterisk la the Ayurvikas, Ayana Misra. Asterisk Svetisvatara, p. 276, and Salikra's commentary there. 7 Were there optimists and pessimists at the time of the Anu Etta in India? This verse, however, does not occur in some MSS. Nalakanha's note on this passage may be of some interest. He says, some hold that the self exists after the body is lost, others, that is, the Lokjatas or Avikas, hold the contrary. Everything doubtful is the view of the Sayadvadins, nothing doubtful that of the Tirthikas. The great teachers, I presume, about their own respective doctrines. Everything impermanent, Tarkikas, permanent, Mimphmsakas, no. Thing exists, the Svinyavading, something exists but only momentarily. Chapter Ksiv, 17. 37. And, O best of the gods, piety being thus confused and abounding in contradictions, we are deluded and come to no determination. People are acting, saying, this is good, and he who is attached to a certain form of piety always esteems that. Here, therefore, our understanding breaks down, and our mind is distracted. We wish, O best of beings, to be informed of what is good. Be pleased now to proceed to state what is so mysterious, and what is the cause of the connection between the Kshetragya and nature. Thus addressed by those Brahmosas, the venerable, holy, and talented Creator of worlds told them accurately what they asked. Saugata's, knowledge is one, but the ego and non-ego are two different principles. The Yogawaras, mixed, Urdulomas, one, is the view of the worshippers of the Brahmanas possessed of qualities distinct. Other Mimamsakas, who hold that the special actions are the cause of everything, is meant, I presume, manifold equals the atomists, time and space equals astrologers. Those who say that is not so, that is to say, that what we see has no real existence at all, are the Vriyas, ancient philosophers. Omission to bathe equals the condition of Naish / Ekka Brahmafarins, bathing equals householders. Condition, means should be resorted to, that is not so. Those who are against all meditation, and see, according to the Suti text, which Ensent Laka / Ha quotes, merit and glory, that is not so. Some say there is no merit as the Lokjyatas or Karvakas, no ledge, renunciation. The former is to be gained only by means of the latter. Ponder on elements equals who are intent on the investigation of the true nature of things. Nature equals abundance of resources, by which alone knowledge one is produced, not by mere renunciation. It will be understood that this commentary assumes a different syntactical construction of the original in some places from that adopted in our translation. 378 Anugita. Charter XXXV. Brahman said, "Well then, I will declare to you what you ask of me, O best of men. Learn what a preceptor told a pupil who went to him. Hearing it all, deliberate on it properly. Non-destruction of all creatures, that is deemed to be the greatest duty. This is the highest seat, free from vexation and holy in character. The ancients who perceived the established truth, call knowledge the highest happiness. Therefore by pure knowledge one is released from all sins. And those who are constantly engaged in destruction, and who are infidels in their conduct, and who entertain avarice and delusion, go verily to hell. Those who without sloth perform actions with expectations, rejoice in this world, being born again and again. But those wise and talented men, who perform actions with faith, free from any connection with expectations, perceive correctly. Now I will proceed to state how the association and dissociation of kshetragya and nature take place. Learn that, O best of men, the relation here is said to be that between the object and subject register trademark symbol. The subject 1 CP 291 Supra, and Note 3 there. Register trademark symbol. So literally, the sense is that which one is to aim at. 5. The original is Nastika, the contrary of that Astakya which at Jita, p. 126, we have rendered by belief, in a future world, full. Lowing Sriftara. Ram and Nuga, whose commentary came to hand too late for any other than a very occasional use in the translation of the Jita, renders it by belief in the truth of the teaching of the Vedas. *TC learn the truth. Yes, the terms subject and object here in the philosophical sense explained by Sir W. Hamilton, viz. the thinking agent and the object of thought respectively, and compare also the passage referred to in Note 3 on p. 379 infra. Chapter XXXV, I5. 379. Is always the being, and nature is stated to be the object. It has been explained in the above mode as having the relation of the nat and the Gudambara. Nature which is non-intelligent knows nothing, though it is the object of enjoyment too, who enjoys and what is enjoyed is learnt from the sastras. Nature is said always to abound in the pairs of opposites, and to be constituted of the qualities. The kshetragya is free from the pairs of opposites, devoid of parts, and in essence free from the qualities. He abides in everything alike plus, and is connected with all knowledge, and he always enjoys nature as a lotus leaf, enjoys water, even brought into contact with all qualities, a learned man remains untainted register trademark symbol. There is no doubt that the being is unattached, just like the unsteady drop of water placed upon a lotus leaf. It is established that nature is the property register trademark symbol of the being, and the relation of the two is like that of matter and the maker. As one goes into a dark place, taking a light with him, so those who wish for the supreme with the light of nature. While there is oil. p. 374 supra, the relation is one of close connection, coupled with some identity of nature, because, says Flakenshire, an entirely extraneous thing could not get into the inside of the fruit, and the nut's body therefore must have come from the fruit itself, but still the elements are distinct. 2 cp 371 supra, note 4. Asterisk compare. Matri, p. 108. Asterisk cf Gita, pp. 105, 106. Knowledge of the Kshetragya forms part of all real knowledge. Arjuna Misra's reading and interpretation are different. He says, as he is seen coming to light everywhere alike, so and c. 6 of Git, pp. 55 to 110 7. Again the common simile. Asterisk the original is Dravya, rendered matter in the next sentence. Arjuna Misra paraphrases it by Upakarana paraphernalia. Asterisk so the original, the sense is not clear. But see Svetasvatara, p. 368. Knowledge, which, says Nalakazha, is a manifestation of nature. Arjuna Misra says the knowledge of the truth which the 380 Anugita and wick, the light shines, but the flame is extinguished when the oil and wick are exhausted. Thus nature is perceived, the being is laid down as being, unperceived. Understand this, O Mazas. Well now, I will tell you something more. One who has a bad understanding does not acquire knowledge even with 1,000 admonitions. And one who is possessed of knowledge enhances his happiness even with a fourth share asterisk. Thus, should one understand the accomplishment of piety by apt means. For the talented man who knows these means, attains supreme happiness asterisk. As a man traveling along some way without provisions for the journey, travels with great discomfort, and may even be destroyed on the way, so should one understand that by action the fruit is or is not produced. For a man to see within his self asterisk what is agreeable and what is disagreeable to him is good. And as one who is devoid of a perception of the truth rashly travels on foot by a long way, unseen before, while another goes by the same self acquires is by means of nature. Compare Sankhyakarika 56, and comment. Sonalakav /AA Arjuna Misya docs not take gwa here to mean wick. Asterisk lo, I presume, in its manifestations, it is perceived for some time and then vanishes. Compare Sankhya Kanaki 5y, 61, the Purusha is not perceived in this sense. Percent viz. Of admonition, Arjuna Misra. Asterisk cf Gita, p. 70, where the same phrase occurs. 5. The fruit of this is uncertain, knowledge which is in one's Self is the thing to be worked for. Tai. The mind, nilai /aa. The meaning is, he should not care for external pleasure and pain. Compare git and, inter alia, pigo. 7. This seems to be so left imperfect in the original, the construction seems to be this, the progress of the latter is as great as that of one who drives in a chariot as compared with that of one who goes on foot with much suffering. Compare the construction on next page. Chapter XXXV, 28. 381. Way in a carriage drawn by horses, and going swiftly, such is the progress of the men of understanding. Having climbed up a mountain, one should not look at the surface of the earth. One sees a man traveling in a chariot, and void of intelligence, afflicted by reason of the chariot. As far as there is a carriage path, he goes in the carriage. Where the carriage path stops, a learned man goes on, abandoning the carriage. So travels the talented man, who understands the procedure respecting knowledge of the truth and devotion register trademark symbol, and who knows about the qualities, comprehending the gradations one above the other. As one who without a boat dives into the ocean with his arms only, through delusion, undoubtedly wishes for destruction. While a wise man, likewise knowing distinctions 6, and having a boat with good oars, goes in the water without fatigue, and soon crosses the reservoir, and having crossed it, goes to the other shore, throwing one tie. The Sastras, says Nilai Kamja. Compare Gita, p. 117. 2. When one has arrived at knowledge, the highest seat, says Nilai Kanha, one need not perform the dictates of the Sastras, which are only preliminary to the acquisition of knowledge. Compare Gita, pp. 48, 73. Compare as to this figure of the chariot and the next one about the boat, Pe Dharamyaka, p. 695. Register trademark symbol it adopt Arguna's rendering of the original here, viz. Yoga. The meaning, on that rendering, is the same as 1T1S in the Gita. Asterisk according to Arguna Misra, action with desire, action without desire, and lastly, knowledge. According to Nilai Kamaya, action laid down in the S4 stras, then yoga, and then the condition of Hamza, Paramahamsa, and c. 5 literally, one knowing divisions. I presume the meaning is distinctions between various things as to which suits which, and so forth. The boat, says Nilai Kasha, is a preceptor, and even a preceptor is not to be sought for after a man has achieved yoga. Hence the text proceeds to speak further on of casting aside the boat. Wishes for destruction equals is sure to meet destruction. 382 Anugita. Aside the boat, and devoid of the thought that this or that is mine. This has been already explained by the parallel of the carriage and pedestrian. One who has come by delusion through affection, adheres to that like a fisherman to his boat, being overcome by the thought that this or that is mine. It is not possible to move on land after embarking in a boat. And likewise one cannot move in water after entering a carriage. Thus there are various actions in regard to different objects. And as action is performed in this world, so does it result to them, that which sages by their understanding meditate upon, which is void of any smell whatever, void of taste, and void of color, touch, or sound. That is called the pradina * register trademark symbol. Now that pradina is unperceived, a development of the unperceived is the mahat, and a development of the pradina. When it is become mahat is egoism. From egoism is produced the development, namely, the great elements, and of the elements respectively, objects of sense are verily stated to be the development. The unperceived is of the nature of seed, and also productive in its essence. And we have heard 1 pertaining to the various orders of householders, and c. Nalakas /z, but I am not aware of any authority for this sense of Vishaya. *i.e. those who perform them. Nalakas /ha says, Ilaving stated above the means of knowledge. He now states the proper object of knowledge. *cp 332 supra. The original for development is gume. Literally quality. 5. The meaning of this passage seems to be identical with that of Sankhya 3. Productive, praise avet makam, is probably to be explained as praise avet harmi is at Sankhya 11, c. Com. Mentary of Vaikaspati, pp. 59, 60, viz. Always undergoing develop. Meant, the great elements are of course the Tanmatras. Chapter XXXV, 42. 383. That the great self is of the nature of seed and a product. Egoism is of the nature of seed and a product also again and again. And the 5 great elements are verily of the nature of seed and products. The objects of the 5 elements are of the nature of seed, but they do not yield products. Learn about their properties. Now space has 1 quality, air is said to have 2 qualities. It is said that light has 3 qualities, and water 2, is of 4 qualities, and earth, abounding with movables and immovables, the divine source of all entities, full of examples of agreeable and disagreeable things, should be understood to be of 5 qualities *. Sound, touch, color likewise, taste, and smell as the 5th, these, O best of the twice-born, should be understood to be the 5 qualities of earth. Smell always belongs to the earth *, and smell is stated to be of numerous descriptions. I will state at length the numerous qualities of smell #. Smell is agreeable or disagreeable, sweet, sour, and bitter likewise, diffusive and compact. Also, soft, and rough, and clear also *, thus should 1. This is not clear, unless product above means productive, and seed means a product, it being a product of the ancura or sprout. Nilakansha says, seed equals cause, product equals effect. The unperceived is an effect, and so the contrary doctrine of the Sankhya is here shown to be wrong. The objects are causes, as their enjoyment causes an impression. 2 CPP 285, 286 supra. 8. That one is to say, smell is the special property of the earth only. The other qualities are common to it with the other elements. The word in the original is gua or quality everywhere. 4 CS Antipavan, Moksha Dharma, Chap. 184, St 27. 5 Bitter, Nilakas /AA exemplifies by the smell of the chili, apa, Rentley interpreting Ka/6, as it may be interpreted, to mean sharp. Diffusive == overcoming all other smells, like fetida, compact. Equals. Made up of many smells. Nalakaz /Ka adds, that soft is like that of 384 Anusite. Smell, which belongs to the earth, be understood to be of 10 descriptions. Sound, touch, and color, likewise, and taste, are stated to be the qualities of water. I will now give some information about taste. Taste is stated to be of numerous descriptions: sweet, sour, bitter, sharp, astringent, and saltish. Likewise, thus are the forms of taste, which is a development of water, said to be of 6 descriptions: sound, touch, and likewise color. Thus is light said to have 3 qualities. The quality of light is color, and color is stated to be of numerous descriptions: white, black, red, likewise, green, yellow, and gray. Likewise, short, long, narrow, broad, square, and circular. Thus is the color of light said to be of 12 forms. It should be understood * by aged Brahmanas, who speak the truth, and are conversant with piety. Sound and touch also should be understood. Air is said to have these 2 qualities, and touch is the quality of air. And touch is stated to be of numerous descriptions: rough, cold and hot, likewise, tender and clear also, hard, glutinous, smooth, slippery, hurtful, and soft *. Thus the quality of air is properly said by Brahmanas who have reached perfection, who are conversant with piety and perceive the truth, to be of 12 descriptions. Now space has 1 quality: liquid ghee, rough of the oil of mustard, and clear as of cooked rice. The Santi Pavan passage omits sour. 1 Compare Gita, p. 118. Register trademark symbol literally, lean and fat. These are rather unusual qualities to attribute to color. The Santi Pavan passage gives more. *sic. Docs it mean it is understood. Cf. Paxini lit. 3, 113. Tender = like the touch of a sun, and C. Clear = like that of an excellent cloth, nalakoha, glutinous = like that of oil, smooth = like that of a gem, slippery = not really smooth, but appearing to be such, like that of saliva, Arguna Misra. The enumeration of these in the Santi Pavan Loc. Cit. is again different. Chapter XXV, I 285. And that is stated to be sound only. I will speak at length of the numerous qualities of sound. Shaga, as Shaba, together with Dndra, Ma, Doyama, and likewise Parphysema, and beyond these, should be understood to be Nishada and Divata. Likewise *, agreeable and disagreeable sound also. Compact, and of many ingredients *. Thus sound, which is produced in space, should be understood to be of 10 descriptions. Space is the highest element. Register trademark symbol. Egoism is above that, above egoism is understanding, and above that understanding is the self, above that is the unperceived, and above the unperceived is the being. One who knows which is superior and inferior among entities, and who knows the proper procedure in all actions, and who identifies himself with every being register trademark symbol, repairs to the imperishable self. Quoptic Brahman said, since the mind is ruler of these 5 elements, in the matter of absorbing or bringing them, 4th register trademark symbol. 1. This is the Hindu gamut. 2. These are not in the Santi Pavan, of many ingredients equals. Collection of sounds, Arguna Misra. 3. Being all-pervading, Arguna Misra. Compare its position at Tati. Ria, p. 67. Asterisk compare. Kazha, pp. 114, 115, 149, and Sankhya at Acharya's commentary. There, for an explanation of the whole passage. And see Sankhya. Sara, p. 16, as to what are here called self and understanding. Register trademark symbol compare. Jita, p. 64, where the words are identical. Register trademark symbol the elements are perceived or are not perceived by the senses. Under the direction of the mind, absorption equals destroying, bringing. 4th equals producing, nilakor /a. CP 268 Supya, and Santi Pavan. Moksha, chap. 240, St 12. 8, cc. 386 Anugita. The mind itself is the individual self. The mind always presides over the great elements. The UN. Understanding proclaims its power, and it is called the Kshetrugvya. The mind yokes the senses as a Rayatya, yokes, good horses. The senses, the mind, and the understanding are always joined to the Kshetrugvya, that individual self, mounting the chariot to which big horses are yoked, and in which the understanding is the drag register trademark symbol, drives about on all sides. The great chariot which is pervaded by the Brahman, has the group of the senses yoked to it. Has the mind for a charioteer, and the understanding for a drag. That learned and talented person verily, who always understands thus the chariot pervaded by the Brahman, comes not by delusion in the midst of all entities. This forest of the Brahman register trademark symbol begins with the unperceived, and ends with the gross objects register trademark symbol. 1. The word is the same as at Maitri, 41p, the comment on which should be seen. 2. I.e. the mind's power is to be perceived by itself, nilakan /ha. The meaning seems to be that the understanding can only operate on what the mind places before it. Register trademark symbol the passage at Kasha, p. 111 Sikh, and Sankara's commentary. There, throw light on this, though the figure is not drawn out in the same way in both places. For a definition of Kshetrugvya, see Santi Pavan, Moksha, chap. 187, St 23. 4 i.e. the senses. 5 te that which holds the horses in check. Nilakas ha seems to render it by whip, but that is not correct, I think. 6 So Arguna Misra. Nilakama says, the senses, and see, when they turn towards the outer world make the self drive about. As an individual self, when turned inwards they show him that he is the Brahman. Nilakams ha thus likens this to the Kasent ha passage. See also p.184 and notes there. 7 Or it may mean, among all men. Register trademark symbol CP 164 Supra, Note 2, and P 285, Note 4. Asterisk, that is to say, it includes all sastra, all the elements recognized by the Sankhya philosophy, save the being or Purusha. Chapter XXV, 12. 387. And includes movables and immovables. Receives light from the radiance of the sun and moon, is adorned with planets and nakshatras, and is decked on all sides with nets of rivers and mountains, and always beautified likewise by various descriptions of waters. It is the means of subsistence for all entities, and it is the goal of all living creatures. In this the Kshetrajaya always moves about. Whatever entities there are in this world, movable or immovable, they are the very first to be dissolved, and next the developments produced from the elements, and, after these developments, all the elements. Such is the upward gradation among entities. Gods, men, Gandharvas, Paisakas, Asuras, Rakshasas. All have been created by nature, not by actions, nor by a cause. These Brahmavas register trademark symbol, the creators of the world, are born here again and again. And what? Compare p. 371 Supra. Asterisk, another reading means they are dissolved in the waters. As to the order, compare Vedanta Paribhasha, p. 48, and p. 335 Supra. Asterisk, I take these to mean the gios elements of which things move. Able and immovable may be said to be made, if one may use a non-idealist phrase in the Sankhya philosophy. Then the elements next spoken of are the subtle ones or tanmatras. Compare the references in Note 2, as to developments, cp 382, Note 4. Asterisk, viz. Gross object, gross element, subtle element. Asterisk, the original is Svab Forva, which Arjuna Misra renders by Prakriti, actions both Nalakor /Tua and Arjuna Misra take to mean sacrifices, and see, and cause the former interprets by Brahman, the latter by tanmatras or subtle elements, and adds, the sense is not by sacrifice or tanmatras only. Nalakarskar says, the gods and see are produced by nature, as the gods and see, seen in a dream. The meaning seems to be that there are energies in nature which evolve these forms of being. Compare also Jata, p. 65. Degree, I presume this means that the patriarchs, Marifai and others, says Nalakaska, are also born again and again, that is to say, in different kalpas, I suppose, by nature only. cc 2. 388 Anugita. Ever is produced from them, is dissolved in due time in those very five great elements, like billows in the ocean. The great elements are in every way beyond the elements that make up the world asterisk. And he who is released, even from those five elements, goes to the highest goal. The Lord Praga Patti created all this by the mind register trademark symbol only. And in the same manner the sages attained the Godhead register trademark symbol by means of penance register trademark symbol. And in like manner, those who have achieved perfection, who have acquired concentration by a course of penance, and who likewise feed on fruits and roots, perceive the triple world. Here, by penance, medicines, and herbs, and the various sciences are all acquired asterisk by means of penance alone. For all acquisition register trademark symbol has penance for its root. Whatever is difficult to obtain, difficult to 1t think this must mean the elements, though it might at first sight be referred to the bimazas. 2te the gross elements, I take it, the others are the tanmatras. Lo. The meditation which constitutes true knowledge, Arguna Misra. But see Jita, p87, note 1, and Sthukhyastitra. I.e. by the mind, as to which compare. Taittiriya, p89, Karsha, p164. Aryuna Misra says, this apparent deviation from the ordinary modes of cause and effect is not altogether without parallel, so he adds this to show that register trademark symbol literally, the gods, but the meaning seems to be that given in the text, as Arguna Misra says. This is only the concentration of mind and senses on one object, Nilakan /a. CP 166, note 1 Supra. 7 CP 174 Supra. Literally, are accomplished, which seems to mean that they are acquired so as to be practically at one's command when required. The original word is derived from the same root as the subject of the last note. Copyright symbol difficult to obtain equals the seat of Indra, and C. To learn equals Vedas. And C. O vanquish equals fire, and C. To pass through equals a great deluge, and C. Chapter XXV, 23. 389. Learn, difficult to vanquish, and difficult to pass through, all that can be accomplished by penance, for penance is difficult to overcome. 1. Who drinks spirituous liquors, one who kills a brahmasa, 1. Who steals, one who destroys an embryo, one who violates the bed of his preceptor, is released from that sin only by penance well performed. Those men, paitats, gods, sacrificial, animals, beasts and birds, and all other creatures movable or immovable, who are constantly devoted to penance, always reach perfection by penance. And in like manner the noble-minded gods went to heaven. Those who without sloth perform actions with expectations, and being full of egoism, they go near Pragapati *. Those high-souled ones who are devoid of the thought that this or that is mine, and devoid of egoism, by means of a pure concentration of mind on contemplation, obtain the great and highest world. Those who best understand the self, attain in concentration of mind on contemplation, and having their minds always tranquil, enter into the unperceived accumulation of happiness *. Those Nilakasa. Arguna Misra seems to interpret the last word, where his reading is doubtful, to mean difficult to do. Compare Khindogya, p.361. Except the destruction of the embryo. See Tate. Aaron. p. 870, but at Padaramyaka, p. 795, Kaushitaku. p. 77, and Apastamba I, 6, 19, 16, the commentators render Briya by learned Brahmawa, the rest are the great sins. But note that stealing gold, not theft generally, is mentioned as a great sin. 2 or, perhaps, cattle. The original is Pasu. CP 160 Supra, and compare p. 178. 4 i.e. Kasyapa, as gods, and c. This seems to be Arjuna Misra's interpretation. This condition is inferior to that described in the following sentence. 5 CP 162, note I. Nilekantha's rendering is that by which worldly happiness is 390 Anugita, who are free from all thought that this or that is mine, and who are free from egoism, attaining concentration of mind on contemplation, enter the highest world of the great, which is the unperceived. Born from that same unperceived principle, again, acquiring knowledge, and getting rid of the qualities of passion and darkness, and resorting to the pure quality of goodness, a man gets rid of all sins, and abandons everything as fruitless. He should be understood to be the Kshetrugvya. He who understands him understands the Vedas with drawing from the mind the objects of mental operations. A sage should sit down self-restrained. He necessarily becomes that on which his mind register trademark symbol is fixed. This is the eternal mystery. That which begins with the unperceived and ends with the gross object's register trademark symbol is stated to be of the nature of ignorance. But you should learn that whose nature is devoid, heightened. He compares P. Dharamyaka, p. 816. See also Tatolaya, p.1z2. Asterisk C. Jita, p.128, note 1, where dhyana and yoga are taken separately. Here the compound is in the singular. Nilekan/has. Reading is different. Asterisk the sense here is not quite clear. It seems, however, to be this. The acquisitions mentioned in the preceding sentence take the acquirers to some temporary world from which they afterwards return, but when they get rid of the qualities, they get final emancipation. As to the unperceived, compare Inter alia Jita, p. 112, note 2. Asterisk compare Jita, p.rx1z, and note 2 there. That seems to approach the question from the opposite point of view. Asterisk so Arjuna Misra. At Jita 16, eta means the operation itself that also will do here. Register trademark symbol CF, GIT, 78p, Maitri, p.178, Prasna, p.194, and the quotations. At Sankhya Sata, p3. Asterisk this phrase has occurred before, it means all the developments which make up worldly life. See Sankhya p5. 7 CP 371 Supra. Chapter XXV, 34. 391. Of qualities. 2 syllables. Are death, 3 syllables. The eternal Brahman. Mine is death, and not mine. Is the eternal percent some men of dull understandings extol action. But as to the high-souled ancients, they do not extol action. By action a creature is born with a body and made up of the 16. Knowledge brings forth register trademark symbol the being, and that is acceptable and constitutes immortality. Therefore, those who are far-sighted have no attachment to actions. This being is stated to be full of knowledge, not full of action. The self-restrained man, who thus understands the immortal changeless, incomprehensible, and ever indestructible and unattached, principle, he dies not. He who thus understands the self to which there is nothing prior, which is uncreated, changeless, unmoving register trademark symbol, which is incomprehensible, even to those who feed on nectar, he certainly becomes immortal, and not to be restrained, in consequence of these means. 1 C. Santi Pavan, R4 Gadharma, 13, 4. Compare Maitri, p. 180. This means the 2 and 3 syllables of mama and now mama. Mine and not mine. Compare Padrainika, p. 970, and Kandogya, p. 118, and p. 548, for a similar conceit. 2. Final emancipation follows on abandoning the idea of mine. Bondage on harboring it. 8 C. Mundaka, p. 279. 4. The 11 organs and the 5 great elements which go to form the body. See Sankhya 3, and comment thereon, Santi Pa Van, Chap. 210, St 32 Seek. Chap. 242, St 7 Seek. Prasna, p. 230. 5 Te. Shows. Register trademark symbol CF, Chita, p.rx8, Santi Pavan, Chapter 242, St 15. 7 CP 367 Supra, Note 6, and compare. Kasha, pp. 155, 156. Register trademark symbol IE which remains unconcerned, compare FSA, p10. Apvavam. 2. Which there is nothing prior, Arguna Misra renders by not familiarly known and Nalakasha by not understood by any other means of knowledge. See also Kaidaranyaka, p. 502, and Sankara. On that asterisk this is not very clear, but I suppose the meaning to be the same as that of unconquerable at p. 161, and cp. 231. 10 i.e., the means mentioned further on, says Nalakansha. 292 Anugita. Expelling all impressions, and restraining the self. In the self asterisk, he understands that holy Brahman, than which nothing greater exists. And when the understanding is clear, he attains tranquility, and the nature of tranquility is as when one sees a dream asterisk. This register trademark symbol is the goal of those emancipated ones who are intent on knowledge, and they see all the movements register trademark symbol which are produced by development. This is the goal of those who are indifferent to the world. This is the eternal piety. This is what is acquired by men of knowledge. This is the uncensured mode of conduct. This goal can be reached by one who is alike to all beings, who is without attachment, who is without expectations, plus impressions from external causes. Compare inter alia Sankhyastra. 3, 83, c. 2, pp. 247-358 Supra and notes there. 2j.e, restraining the mind in the lotus-like heart, Nalakas /sh. Compare as to this, pp. 248, 372 inter alia. 5 Compare Jita, p. 51. See also Maitri Upanishad, p.176, and Mundaka. p. 314. Asterisk Arjuna Misra says, the nature of tranquility is this, that in that state you perceive everything to be unreal lke what is seen in a dream. Nilakantha says, the nature of tranquility is this, that in that state the self abides without attachment to the body and any external objects, but working within itself as in a dream. But see on this kava, p. 144. 5 viz. Tranquility, Nilakan sent ha. Asterisk tai, says Nilakoriha, they see all worldly objects past and future. Arjuna Misra, they see the actions performed for some wealth and so forth. I am not satisfied with either meaning. Arjuna Misra's is besides based on a reading different from that adopted in the text, namely, Parimaphosaje, instead of Parisamaga. I think Parisforema is the development which, according to the Sankhya philosophy, produces the universe, and the movements are the actions which that development, namely, here the activity of egoism and its products, occasions. Cf. as to some extent. Supporting this, Sankhya p. 16. See Inter alia Gita, pp. 68-70. Chapter XXV, 46. 393. And who looks alike on everything. I have now declared everything to you, O best of Brahmasa sages. Act thus forthwith, then you will acquire perfection. The preceptor said. Thus instructed by the preceptor Brahman, those high-souled sages acted accordingly, and then attained to the worlds. Do you, too, O noble person of pure self, duly act according to the words of Brahman which I have stated. Then will you attain perfection. Vasudeva said. That pupil thus instructed in the highest piety, the preceptor, did everything, accordingly. O son of Kunti, and then attained final emancipation. And the pupil, having done all he should have done, attained to that seat, O supporter of the family of the Kauravas, going to which one grieves not register trademark symbol. Arjuna said. Who, indeed, was that Brahmasa? O Kvishasa. And who the pupil, O Ganforadana? If this verily is fit to be heard by me, O Lord, then tell it me. Vasudeva said. 14 the preceptor, O you of mighty arms. And 1 C Inter alia Jite, pp. 68-70. 4 J. I presume, Pshta and the rest. But see also Ka Andogya. pp. 272, 541, 620, and Brihadaranyaka. pp. 302, 608. Asterisk so p. 285 Supra, and compare Inter alia Ka Chandogya, p. 55 degree. Fe. I, the Kshetrajula, the preceptor, and the mind, is that which had to be taught. This shows that one's instructor must be oneself, /a. Arjuna Misra says, I am the preceptor. The mind is the pupil. The meaning of this is that anybody who has not acquired knowledge is treated here as a pupil. There is no other special pupil intended. Cf. Also p. 310 Supra. 394 Anusirta. Know the mind to be my pupil. And, O Danafigaya, I have related this mystery to you out of love for you. If you have love for me, O supporter of the family of the Kauravas, then having heard this instruction, relating to the self, always duly act according to it. Then when this piety is duly practiced, you will attain the absolute final emancipation, getting rid of all sins. It was this same thing I stated to you before when the time for battle had come, O you of mighty arms. Therefore fix your mind on this. And now, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, it is long since I saw the Lord my father. I wish to see him, with your consent, O Falyana. Vaisampayana said. When Krishna spoke these words, Danafigaya replied, saying, O Krishna, let us verily go today to the city of Gargasa, register trademark symbol, be pleased, O you who understand piety, to see their king Yudhishthira, who is of a devout heart, and after taking leave of him to go to your own city. One Nalakorha interprets the words without supplying anything. Thus be devoted to Yama Niyama and Si. Yama and Si are the sight requisites for yoga or concentration of mind as taught by Patatiga. 2. That is to say, in the Jata 8 here he takes up the thread of the story. In the first chapter, it was hinted that Krishna was anxious to go to Dvraka. Asterisk this is a name of Arguna. 5j.e. Hastinapa, the capital of the Pakstavas. They were, when the dialogue was held, at Indraprastha, SCEP 229 Supra. Index of Principal Matters. In this index, Roman and italic letters, long and short vowels, have been classed together. A. The letter, page go. Abandonment, 49, 67, 7%, raw, 110. 121,122, 123,054, 168, 177, 182. 246, 280, 283, 326, 369, 370, 371. 373, 390. See Renunciation. Abhimanayu, 37, 39. Abhiras, 295. Abiding in everything. See Within. Abiding together. See Unity. Abode of Brahman. See Identification, Seat, and Unity. Abortive, Nothing in Yoga, 47, 72. See Action, Life, Resolution, and VIN. Abridging, 357. Absolute, 248, 310, 367, 394 plus. Absolution. See Release. Absorbent, 84, 104, 106, 112,191, 258. 268, 279, 286, 318, see assimilation, dissolution, life wins. Absorption, 331, 341, 342, 351, 366. 385 see assimilation. Abstinence, 5 degrees. Abstraction, 10, 68, 69, 70, 75, 77, 78, 79, 86, 100, 114, 125, 128. C. Concentration. Abuse, 166, 323. Acceptable, 391. Acceptance, 324, 325, 359s 364. Accessible, Supreme Being, 71, 79. See approaching and attain. Meant. Accomplishment of all duty, 54, 114. 16, 193, 3372, 3441 380 388, 389. 393. Accumulation, 355, 364, 368. Of honey, 188. Of sin and merit, see happiness. Merit, and sin. Acid, 118. Acquisition, 48, 49, 55, 59. 7% 74. 84, 115, 323, 3272 332% 366, 372. 376, 388, 392, see body. Highest, 70, 225. Tilde new, for Krisha, 54. Of anything desired, see desire. Act, auspicious. See auspicious. Thought and word. See body. Underscore mind, and speech. Action, 48, 49, 52, 53, 54, 55s 56, 59. 60, 62, 63, 65, 67, 77, 81, 82, 95. 98, 99, 102, 103, 106, 108, 109. 110, lit, 115, 117, 118, 121,122. 123,124,125, 127,128, 152, 153. 156,179, 180, 182, 184, 185, 188. IQ 1, 193, 232, 233, 238, 240, 241. 243,244, 256, 261, 278, 279, 280. 283, 286, 289, 293, 297, 302, 306. 307, 309, 313, 314, 315, 316, 3195. 320, 321, 326, 338, 339, 348, 349. 355,357, 358, 365, 368, 369, 370. 3743, 375, 377, 380, 381, 382, 385, 387, 389, 391, 393. Abandonment of. See abandon. Ment and inaction. Bond of 47, 53, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 82, 85, 107, 108, 115, 123, 125, 307. See taint. Burning of. See burning. Capacity for 65, 104, 241. Causes of 65, 123, 278. Dedication of to Brahman 55, 61. 64, 83, 85, 100, 105, 128, 168. See renunciation. Defect in, cured, 121. Destruction of, 241,242. See destruction. Different from soul. See soul. Evil, 121, 127, 235, 238, 240, 242, 257, 302, 320. Exhaustion of 236, 237, 249, 241, 242. Ferocious. See ferocious. Freedom from. See freedom. Fruit of. See fruit. Instrument of. See instrument. Man of, 73, 255, 256 plus. Marks of, 239, 322. Meritorious, 72, 76, 109. 130, 233. 238, 240, 242, 257, 324, 320, 321. Motive 2, 48,49. C. Duty and fruit. 396 Bhagwadgita, Sanatsugatiya, Anugita. Action, ordinary and special, 102. Organs of, 337. See organs and senses. Performance of, 108, 378. Prescribed, 53, 54, 67, 115, 117. 118, 120, 122, 124, 125, 126, 305. 309, 353, 381. See duty. Prohibited, 60, 117, 119, 120, 125. 309. Prompting to, 123. Pursuit of, 59, 60, 63. Release from. See freedom. Ripening of, 24x. Successive, 59. To propitiate supreme. See pro. Propitiation. Unnecessary, 54. Vain, 82. And see destruction. Success. World of, 239. Active mind, 70. Principle. SCE soul, not active. Activity, 65, 88. Rock, 108, R10, FR4. 160, 185, 319, 332, 334, 351, 358. 374 See soul, not active. Acute, 163, 164. Adhipfita, 77, 78. Adhidatva, 77, 78. Adhyaga, 77, 78. Advarayu. See priest. Adhyatma, 77, 90, 316, 338, 342. See soul, science of. Adityas, 88, 92, 94, 219. Admonition. See advice. Advice, 174, 380. Advisor, 105. Eon. See kalpa. Afar, 104, 369. Affection, 50, 51, 56, 59, 68, 103. 124,127,166, 178, 193, 194, 246. 250, 322, 324, 342, 382. SCE. Also aversion, favorite. Affliction, rot, 107, 122, 284, 322, 323. 381 See trouble. Affluence, 304. Affright. See fear. Age, 59, 79, 80, 339,353. See kalpa. Old, 44,77, pound 03, 109, 140, 151,170. 187, 194, 233,247, 249, 250, 289. 349, 356, 371, 384. Agent, 55,65, 123,124,278, Secretary soul. Agitation, 42, 50, 56, 66, 68, 108, x10. 344, 366, 369. Of world, raw. And sepal. Turbation, vexation. Agni, 219, 220, 345. Agnihotra, 129, 191, 32%. Agnishama, 158. Agreeable, 50, 66, 85, 101, 103, I10. 118, 119, 122, 151, 177, 183, 189. 246, 278, 312, 360, 362, 370, 371, 380, 383, 385. Agriculture, 127. Agiabiga, 276. Ahavantya, 262. Ailment, 233, 237, 245, 321, 343. 356 C. Disease. Aims of life, Ru, 117, 125, 156, 177. Underscore 314, 331, 378. 73, 82, 179, 260, 289, 305, 316. 3399, 343, 361, 368. Airavata, 89. Aitaryadrazika, 87, 90, 102, 123. 180, 239, 249, 250, 259, 339. Brahmesa, 19, 221, 265, 276, 277. 280. Upanishad, 120, 123, 153, 179,187. 4. 1895 I9 Te. Akhayanas, 145, 170. Alaka, 296, 297, 298, 299. Alarm at sight of universal form, 94. 96, 98. Alexander the Great, 223. Alike to all, 65, 68, 70, 71, 85, 101. 106, 110, 128, 292, 356, 379. 392, 393. C. Equability. All-comprehending. C. Universal. Form. All-pervading. C. Pervading prin. Supple. All, supreme, 97. Arms, 43, 216, 360, 361, 362, 363. Alone. C. Solitary. Altar, 262. Amazement, 93, 94, 130, 300. C. Alarm. Ambarisha, 301, 303. Ambiguous. C. Equivocal. Amusement, 97,251. C. Recreation. Analyzer, 173. Analysis, 174. Anandajayari, 18, 49, 87, 113, 159, 186. 251, 266. Ananta, 89. Anantajita, 28. Anantavigaya, 38. Ancestors, 41. C. Mains. Ancient being. C. Primeval. Ancients, 59, 78, 86, 87, 260, 340, 369, 378, 391. See Elders. Ancient times, those who know about. 1 or, see Old times. Index of Principal Matters. 597. Inga. See Roth. Figerosa, 314. Nimals, see Beasts and Offerings. Nimit, 7, 244, 356. Nimating New Beauty, 45, 112. Nimonsity, 60, YY, 167, 182, 183, 281. 3 am. See Hatred. Nointment, 3. Ntelube, 155, 295. Antipathy, 168, see Animosity. Antiquary, Indian, 27, 28, 139, 222. Nujata, 15%, Ro, 162, 166, 256. Age of, 2.6 Seek. Authorship of, 204 Seek. Tilde Companonaf, with Apostamba. R Seek dot, with Jita, 207 Seek. Divisions of, RG8, 200, 201, 204. Extent of, RG8 Seek, 304. Geography of, 222. Tilde gods mentioned in, 219, 220. Tilde interpolations, 205. Language of, 226. Plus mountains mentioned in, 222. Numbering of chapters, 201. Parvan of Bharata, 197, 199, 200. 10. Recapitulation of GIT, 197. Tilde scheme of, 197 Seek, 206. State of society disclosed in, 207. 208. Tilde style of C language of. Substance of sections of, Z. Tribes in, 222. Upanishad, 200. Tilde verse of, 226. Anus, 258, 261. Anish tub, 142. Ankikti, 48, 302, 356, 367. Apina, 258, 338. Sea life winds. Pastambu, 14, 20, 2%, 2% Seek, 24. 29, 30, 32, GY, 101, 103, 118, 120. 147,176, 177,208, 210, 211, 215. A 16, 217, 218,225, 236, 243, 275. AQT, 302, 322, 353, 358S 359, 369. 361, 36.4, 365, 367, 370, 375, 389. Ape, 39. Appearance. See entity and real. Application. C. Assiduous. Appointment, 345. Apportionment, $y. Apprehension, 82, 257, 283, 314 plus. Approaching Brahman, 59, 75. SCE. Accessible. Preceptor, SVE preceptor. Appropriating, 60, 243, 365. Appurtenances, 357. C. Belongings. Apes raises, 178, 347. Aquatic beings, 89. Arani, 284, 308. Avinicus, 17. Argument, 90, 102, 124, 276, 323. Arguna, 3, 4, 6, 9, 12, 17, 28, 34, 355. 37, 38, 40, 42, 47, 48, 52, 53, 54. 56, 58, 59, 62, 63, 69, 71, 72, 73. 75, 79, 77, 79, 81, 82, 84, 87, 88. 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 96, 98, 99, 109. 117, 127,122,125, 128, 130,131. 135, 197, 198, 205, 229, 230, 293. 294, 310, 393, 394. Siba. Rata, favorite, forgetfulness. Kunti, and Pritha. Misra, 199, 200, 201, 204, 227,232. 235, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242. 243, 244,245,246, 247, 248, 249. 250, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257. 258, 259, 260, 262, 263, 264, 265. 266, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 276. 277, 278, 280, 281, 282, 284, 286. 287, 288, 289, 290, 292, 293, 300. Bot, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 308. 309, 310, 312, 313, 314, 315, 316, 318, 319, 320, 323, 324, 325, 326, 327, 328, 329, 330, 331, 332, 333, 334, 335, 339, 34, 341, 342, 343, 344, 345, 346, 3475, 348, 3495, 359, 352, 353s, 354, 355s, 359, 357s, 360, 361, 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, 370, 3715, 372, 373, 374, 375, 376, 379, 380, 381, 384, 385, 386, 387, 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393 plus. Arca, 219, 346. Arms, 93, 94, 381. Mighty, 39, 45.52, 55, 58, 63, 64. 71, 72,74, 86, 94, 107, 121, 123. 229, 252, 393, 394. Tilde, 1000, 94, 98, 293, 294. Unnumbered, 94. Army, 38, 294. Array. See battle array. Arrogance, 116, 128. See boastful. Egotism, pride, and vanity. Arrows, 42, 294, 296, 297, 298, 299. 300, 301. Arteries, 257. Articulation. See speech. Artisans, 208, 365. Ahriman, 89. Arias, 222, 2236. Erividia Sudakara, 27, 33, 224. Assad, 120, 121. Azato et Ida, 383.